This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
No, cut that. Keep that. Someday it's going to be worth something.
Russ Wakelin.
You put me in an ATST with frickin' Wookiees attacking me and whatnot? Now you're talking.
And Romeo Filip in the third chair.
In a land far, far, but not really that far away.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listeners.
Are you crazy? That's like 400 hours of gamer nonsense.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at the speed of a souped-up first-order TIE fighter with overcharged ion engines. Today's edition is brought to you by all of our fine friends and patrons over at Patreon, helping us keep the lights on. Today we'd like to thank John Maddock, Todd Whitty, Andrew and Ben Neitzel, and Alex Coombs. I'm Geekly McNerdigan, your host. Today our panelists are Russ Alchemist Wag Wakelin and the Lord of Foam, the King of the Twisted Wild West, Romeo Fisherman's Fan Philip. Let's begin. Issue number 1. Despite the $1.5 billion it has currently made, and all of the records it has smashed, making $1 billion in 12 days without any massive Chinese market, Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens, is not beloved by every single human being on the planet who sees it. There are still some benighted naysayers who cannot accept the ultimate greatness that it represents. Question. Without issuing any spoilers, what is the number one disappointment cited by people who say they did not like this amazing movie? Kylo Russ.
Too much like A New Hope.
Vice Admiral Resdox Romeo.
Not enough Chewbacca.
Oh, Romeo was close. Not enough celestial cowbell. Wrong. That's it, people. That is it. Issue number 2. From the birth of the Empire of the Free Cities to the Century Wars, from the crowded streets of Skald to the scattered settlements of Eisnor, the world of Guildball is wondrously rich and diverse. The history, geography, and interpersonal relationships of the key players all make up the foundation of the world in which mob football became a tool for international manipulation and control and brought the game to life. Question. Mob football, which eventually became the Guildball that ballers know and love today, first began as a contest between what types of people during what kinds of events? The Engineers Ratchet Russ.
Peasants during overpopulation issues.
The Onions Rage Romeo.
Food fighting during abundant food issues.
Interesting and dichotomous responses. Wrong! Holy men observing ancient traditions would meet in sacred fields to contest with each other to celebrate the harvest, of course. Wait, isn't soccer a spring sport? Issue number 3. Many know that one of the secrets at the heart of the success of globally dominating force of foam, Battlefoam, is the proprietary laser cutting technique used to lovingly form your foam with its hellish solar glory. It's just that much cooler that lasers are involved. Question. Given how universally cool laser weapons and beam weapons in general are in our games, which super cool weapon was the original Terminator looking for in the pawn shop before he settled for an Uzi 9mm? Marcus Wright Russ.
Plasma weapon.
Kyle Reese Romeo.
Bazooka.
Sadly, Russ was so close, but it's not specific enough. A phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. What else? Which makes you wrong. Issue number 4. One of the most important aspects of Guildball is the ability of models to accept influence in order to perform actions on the pitch. Although there are exceptions, you can generally judge how powerful a model will be by how much influence it generates and how much influence total it can accept. Question. Which player in Season 1 of Guildball can accept the most influence, and how much influence can they accept? Reputation Russ.
4.
All right. Repercussion Romeo.
Me. The more you influence me, the more you will get out of me.
That is probably true. Sadly, however, neither of those questions really responded to the question. One of those answers responded to the question. You've got me all confused. The answer would be Obulus, the ferryman of the Morticians Guild, Russ, which you should know from recent experience.
Yes, I should.
And how many can he be given, Russ?
That would be 8.
8, indeed, which I'm still going to make it wrong because you didn't have it. This is not going to be take 4. That's it for now. Thanks for listening and good night.
This episode of the D6 generation is brought to you by
Battlefoam, protecting your army so you don't have to.
And the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999, and that is for a decade or more. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, and welcome to episode 181.
181, baby.
Yeah, of the D6 generation. I'm Russ Wakeland.
I'm Craig Gallant.
I'm state your name here.
No.
I mean, Romeo?
Yes, Romeo.
Question mark?
Uh-huh.
Welcome back, Romeo. Great to have you back on the show.
Thanks
This
for
is
having
excellent.
me. Yes, sir.
It really does exist.
I'm slightly disappointed I'm not on show 182, but I'll take 181.
We'll have you back. Tell you what, we'll have you back before 200. How's that? Does that seem fair?
I like that.
All right,
That's a good
We'll do that.
destination.
All right. Well, as long-time listeners and short-time listeners, anybody who plays miniature war games probably knows Romeo, of course, is the man behind Battlefoam and Wild West Exodus. So we're gonna chat later with Romeo about those
Just
things.
barked.
He did like a. Is your dog with you
Like
there,
a
Romeo?
prairie dog.
No,
What
that was me.
that?
Oh, was it you?
That's me.
Just check.
One of my many talents. Prairie dog noises.
That's right. Very good. Can you also ride a hoverboard?
Those have not come out yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't count that thing with wheels. That's not what.
Yeah, that is
Fox
it's not
said.
exactly.
I'm just using the term of art. You know, whatever they're called.
No, I don't ride things that can hurt me.
Okay, probably smart. So we'll be talking to Romeo about that stuff, and also, as all of us are miniature gamers and have played the hot new miniature gaming sport of Guildball.
Yes.
We'll be talking later and giving a detailed review of Guildball and all that is Guildball.
I like it. I'm excited. That's a cool game.
I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to talking about that more. So before we get to all that, though, we should cover a couple announcements here, Craig.
Yeah, well, business.
Yeah, so we hooked up with Romeo. We ran into him at Dunkin' Donuts not too long ago.
Of course we did. You'd be surprised how many gaming luminaries go to Dunkin' Donuts.
It's quite impressive, really.
It really is.
Romeo, do you remember what we talked about when we were in Dunkin' Donuts?
We did, and you know what? That's funny is it was packed that day, so I had the only seat available was in the John.
That's right. I forgot it.
So I was recording from the John.
It was
the whole time,
awkward,
which is nice. I mean, It was a little echoey, but I'll take it.
Yeah,
Right.
He's nothing if not adaptable.
Right.
That's right. Star Wars, baby. That's what we talked about. Star Wars.
We did a spoiler-filled episode now. Of Star Wars.
Spoiler. Now let us be clear.
Yes.
It is a spoiler-filled episode.
Yes.
Of the Lost Chapters, okay? So it is us talking about what people are complaining about, what we liked, what we thought could have been done better, if anything could have been done better, which of course it couldn't have been except for a little more cowbell.
And Romeo puts forth one of the best theories to date about some of the
I think
unanswered
this may
questions.
be the first time anyone has ever on the air convinced Russ
Yes.
of something.
Right. So very
Of
excited
anything.
about that. So if you
Of
want to hear
anything,
that,
yes.
if you want to hear
Russ
that,
had a very firm opinion going in, and
did.
I think he changed his mind by the end.
I'm with Romeo on this now.
Yep.
I love it. Thank you guys.
If you want to hear what that opinion is, you'll need to get the Lost Chapters. And Craig, how do people go about doing that?
Well, the best way to get the Lost Chapters now is to go to patreon.com, find the D6 Generation, and join us as a supporter, as a patron in the finest Renaissance tradition. You can join for any amount of money, but if you join for $2 an episode, meaning that you're going to tip us $2 an episode, basically, you get access to the entire library of Lost Chapters for no additional cost. And now, with the great Patreon app that they've just introduced, you can do all that on your phone and listen to any of this stuff on your phone.
That's exactly right. Now, also, we should probably say that, we don't. Well, we do make a lot of mistakes in this show.
We make a lot of mistakes.
But most of the time, they don't really matter. But sometimes...
they still don't matter.
They impact the greater universe. And so we really felt that we needed to correct. It was brought to our attention by many dedicated listeners and by one particular game manufacturer that we had made a couple of egregious errors in the predictions results portion of the predictions episode for 2015.
Yes. Things got a little heated.
Now, the most frequent, actually, we got about this.
Yeah, okay. This is the most frequent, actually, I've ever had in my life. And I teach teenagers.
And I will now do it in the appropriate, actually voice for Craig here. Just one more time.
Please do. Because this is how I heard every one of the tweets and emails.
Craig, actually, Deadpool is not part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Right.
Craig.
And that is true.
Do you know that?
And I am sorry for that. However, I stand by the prediction that Deadpool will not make it. It's going to be math. we're going to have to do.
Well, I do agree with the listeners that your source now, the place we're supposed to look to see how it does, it will not be on that list at all.
No, it won't be correct if I was going to be a jerk about it and say, look, it wasn't on the list.
All right, fair
but
enough.
you can still find where it would be on the list.
All right.
Because it will be elsewhere on Box Office Mojo.
Right.
So
Now,
sadly, because of the nature of podcasting, even though I've already addressed it on Twitter and I've addressed it on multiple emails, and we have now addressed it on the show, I will continue to get
for the
tweets
rest of
and
your life.
emails
Yes,
and messages.
That's part of the magic of podcasting.
Part of the magic of podcasting.
Yes. Now, the next most frequent one, I didn't list them in order, but the next most frequent correction we got was, well, actually, Magic the Gathering board game did come out prior to Gen Con.
That was the next most common? I don't think so. I
Well,
think you're just now that's spin, ladies and gentlemen. What you're hearing now is spin.
No. Well, so Craig, though I believe your prediction was a twofold prediction.
It was. I predicted it would come out and that it would be big with our friends.
Yes.
And although it did come out, so Russ was
big.
wrong when he said it didn't come out.
Yes.
It was understandable that he thought it didn't come out because it made zero impact in our on the local scene.
And actually, I saw it on the shelf. I saw it on the shelf at Target just yesterday, so it is out.
Yes, indeed.
But yes, so our friends got it. One of our friends does not own it, but he got it.
Ian
cheap.
bought it, but he bought it like a week too late to do me any good.
Yeah, and he bought it at a discount.
So
which further goes against the spirit of your prediction, which was it would do well. So I'm not sure it's doing well. Now, secondly,
but wait, Russ.
Yes,
we've left the best for last.
Have we?
Wait, let me do it now.
Okay.
Because this one came directly from New Jersey.
It did.
Well, actually, Russ, I mean, if you're not going to count Plaid Hat Games getting purchased by F2Z Entertainment, then I don't know what you're going to consider a major merger. If somebody buys Stronghold Games, I hope you'd mention me.
Right. So Stephen Bonacore and Tom Vassell.
That was, of course, Casanova Bonacore.
Yes, exactly. Well done. And your impersonation of him, by the way, was exceptional.
It was really bad,
really
and
right
I apologize, Stephen. You did not deserve to have that done to you. I apologize.
So that prediction by me turned out to be correct.
Yes.
That Plaid Hat Games was bought by F2Z, which is the same company that now owns Z-Man Game and some other game companies. Yeah. So that makes me right. However, I think you both agreed with me on that one, so it was a negligible change to the final score.
Right.
So actually, it was a +1. I was so far behind, it didn't matter.
It was that's a +1 for all three of us.
Yes.
If we all agreed.
Yeah, right. So it didn't matter. So, but that's good to know. So that would have counted. That should have counted. So there you have it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's just another big one. Did you hear about the one today? Asmodee just bought Catan off of Mayfair.
Yes.
Every Catan. That's pretty huge too. So
and Fantasy Flight Games is a big giant that got bought. And
but Asmodee owns everybody now, pretty much.
Yeah, apparently so. Asmodee North America.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So Fantasy Flight Game got bought out by somebody?
A while ago, yeah. They got bought. That was
that over the summer?
Asmodee bought them in 2014.
Oh, really?
Yes. And then I predicted that in 2015 a similar purchase would happen, and that was F2Z bought Plaid Hat, and now Asmodee has also bought the entire Catan line off of Mayfair Games. So Asmodee pretty much owns, and I think they just renamed it so that Asmodee now US distributes Fantasy Flight Games. So I'm not really sure. I don't know exactly where the Fantasy Flight Games
that article was confusing and had pretty much included almost every major game board game manufacturer in the United States in one giant. This is now Asmodee.
Yeah, because Asmodee, they bought them all last year, but the announcement you're thinking of is they just announced they're changing the distribution name to all be Asmodee now, basically.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
So then that Lucas contract or Disney Lucas, whatever it is, does that go to them? Does it just transfer over with all assets, you think?
Well, I think Fantasy Flight still
redo.
Exists as an entity.
Yeah.
Right.
Like a wholly owned subsidiary sort of thing.
Sure. I'm just wondering
if we might see other games from other people in that group, maybe.
Yeah, or if you might not see once these games are done being, once the current waves in production are done being made. I wonder if
probably not. I would imagine if this all happened to Fantasy Flight in 2014.
Yeah.
So if the well was going to dry up, I would imagine it would have dried up by now because now they're they've got stuff from Star Wars Rebels coming out for X-Wing, and they got stuff for the new movie already coming out. And they got the new movie starters, and so I don't think that's an intriguing thought, and I could see how that might happen, but it doesn't look like it did.
Yeah, well, good. Hopefully, it keeps it going. That'd be great.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Craig,
right.
what's the time now for, Craig?
Right about now, probably depending upon which button I press. Achievements in gaming.
It is indeed time for achievements in gaming. And so, Romeo, what have you been playing lately for board games, miniature games, RPGs?
So, Imperial Assault, we've been dabbling.
Ooh.
Just why not, right?
Sure,
I mean,
why
it's
not?
just gets in the
fun.
groove. We've been watching Star Wars, so that's it's nice to kind of pull out your heroes and move them around.
Which
Now
expansions
here's a question for you, Romeo. Are you doing the campaign or are you doing the skirmish, so head to head, like 1-on-1?
We're too immature to play like long things, so we're just doing pull them out, shoot each other, get our fix, and then move on. You know what I mean?
No,
It's one of those
Oh,
game plays great in both modes.
Plays very nice that way.
Yes. But we've been doing that. Of course, Guildball, that's been our thing lately. Of course, everybody's been getting into Guildball, so we've been dabbling in that. I've just recently started playing, so that's been fun. And surprisingly, if you could believe this, something that's really caught on with my local nerdisms and basically the guys at work, we are all playing Blood Bowl on the PlayStation 4.
Nice.
Via interwebs. Yeah, we love it, man. We've been playing online, and it's fun. God, I didn't realize how good that game was. I've had it literally sealed and unopened in the wrapping from when it released, 9 months ago, whatever it is. It sat there for 6 months, and then a couple months back, somebody said, hey, do you guys play Blood Bowl online? And we were like, I think I own that, actually. It's in my library. And boom, next thing you know, it's on, and we're all playing all the time.
It's awesome.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I play quite a bit of that on the PC and the Xbox. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's really
I
good.
know. It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Very
Did
cool.
you guys hear they're doing the miniatures that's coming out now?
Yes,
It was
yeah.
leaked.
I'm a year off on all my predictions, Romeo. I predicted last year, or the year before last. I'm 2 years off on everything.
Yeah.
I used to predict Netflix series. Everybody talk about them. Now they do. I used to predict Blood Bowl's coming out. Now it is. I'm just 2 years off. I'm seeing too far into the future. That's my problem.
You're too good.
I'm way in the future. I got to bring it in a little bit.
Your crystal ball is seeing way
the
too
power.
far off.
I just got to tone it down a little bit. I got to dial
Control
it back.
your balls, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
That's right. All right. What about you, Craig? What have you been playing lately?
Well, I've actually had a bumper crop over the last couple of weeks.
Wow.
So, are you ready? All right.
Yeah.
So I got invited over to Joe's house to watch Sunday Night Football 2 weeks ago, and I was like, oh, okay. Now, my parents for Christmas got me this awesome set of tables that set up to make a 4x4 table, like really solid, steady, multiple height, like the ones that Adam has that he brings to Millie's all the time. And so I told them, like, I've got all my stuff in the trunk, and they were like, wait a minute, like, we could play X-Wing, the X-Wing campaign, and watch football at the same time?
What madness is this?
What madness is that? I thought, like, the whole world would explode, but it was awesome. So we did 2 missions of the Heroes of Aturi cluster while they watched football. So that was cool. Then everybody went home, and I played High Heavens versus Joe.
Isn't that a good game? I love High
It's a great game. I got my butt handed to me.
Oh, yeah?
And the entire time, Joe's son, Josh, was watching me get my butt kicked. And all week long, he was like, hey, Dad, when's that game coming back? Is Craig coming back with that game? I'd like to play that game. Like, can we get that game? So, Ryan, I want credit for that sale when it comes through because these guys are loaded. They're going to buy the whole thing. But anyway, so then I did end up playing Josh as a favor on New Year's Eve because he was playing a bunch of games with Reese, and he crushed me also. But he crushed me in this really haphazard, he wasn't paying attention sort of way that was really insulting. I was like, oh my God, I cannot win.
It's kind of like the drunken style of martial arts, right?
It was like drunken monkey high heavens.
Right.
And so that was a blast. So I've seen all of the Pantheons at work now. I've actually played all the Pantheons. And it's funny because, like, every time you watch a game and go, oh, they're way overpowered, it's them.
Yeah.
The next game, they get their butts kicked by somebody else. So the thing is, they're all gods. They're all overpowered. That's the point.
Right.
So there was that. I've played Antari, continued to play Antares with Russ, enjoying that. Yeah. Maybe because I'm.
How is that? So I've been sniffing around and taking a peek. What's that like? I mean, is it big enough to have enough minis?
Yes.
To really give variety. Yeah. I mean, what are we talking about?
There's already 6 factions out.
There's 5 factions.
5 factions.
They had a modeling issue, but
and there's pretty good variety, and they're coming out really quickly with them. So unfortunately, only 2 have plastics, but. We just did a big review last episode, and Craig and I are really hardcore into this. It's really
liking
good.
it a lot.
The rules are great. The rules are really good.
Yeah, it's like take 40K 3rd edition and then jump it forward in time with a bunch of cool new mechanisms that for like initiative and things like that. And it's a really great game.
Yeah, highly recommend it. Give it a try, Romeo. You'll like it. You will like it a lot, actually.
Yeah. So
okay.
And it's cool because I haven't played 40K in like 3 years, so all my old terrain is coming out, and I'm getting a chance to use all that stuff. So I actually got one of those what are those neoprene mats called, Russ? Are they fat mats?
Well, Fat is the company.
Fat mats.
Fat makes
the company.
Yeah. Neoprene is the style, but Fat.
No, I know, but the Fat mat is what I was looking for. And I got the Swamp one, which is awesome. So now I have like a really cool 4x6 foot table from Gordon at Adler Hobby Games.
Hey, Craig, we forgot to mention this, and we should, especially with Romeo.
That?
I don't know if Romeo, you're coming out to Captain Con in February this year.
Oh, yes, we should have already mentioned
We're going to be running a Gates of Antari's game at Captain Con this year in February.
Which is the
6th.
Rhode Island convention that used to be
TempleCon,
and now TempleCon decided for some obscure reason to move to the week before Gen Con.
Right.
And so this other look.
I thought it was the last weekend or last week of August. No, it's before. It's Gen Con?
I don't remember what it is. It's in August now.
It's somewhere. It's somewhere in the summertime. Maybe right before or right after Gen Con.
Anyway, in place of TempleCon in February.
Now
Captain Con. All these cons. Now Captain Con is there, and they said, hey, you guys want to run something? It's like, sure. So we're going to run Beyond the Gates of Antari. We're going to bring everything you need to play. People can just show up and play with us. We're going to have all kinds of crazy prizes. Warlord Games is going to send some stuff out to us, and we'll be giving that away. And Craig's going to have his amazing terrain there. We'll have all painted models to play with.
Cool
just show up. You can try the game out. Yeah.
Romeo's joined us on a couple of those in the good old days.
Yeah, if you're
the
coming
good
out,
old
Romeo,
days. Yeah, when I was
out.
playing dice all the time.
That's right.
You got to fly out, Romeo. I'll buy you a drink.
That was before Wild West Exodus was a thing, and when you tried to buy my Wild West town.
That's right. Remember it was what was the game? It was
Gutshot.
Gutshot. That's right. I said, he's not budging. I'm gonna have to make my own game.
And look how that worked out. Now you've got like people building you these awesome buildings. You know what? I should have taken them.
I got news about that. I got to tell you about that. So you know how we were partnered with MicroArt, right?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
So because they're in Poland, everybody knows MicroArt's in Poland. We are dealing with a lot of customs issues and cost, and wood's not cheap to ship, and so on and so forth. So what we arranged with them is instead of them actually manufacturing it for us and getting it to us and so on and so forth, we have similar equipment, and we have some of the same equipment they have in some of the parts that they make. And we thought, well, shoot, why don't you guys design them, since MicroArt's a pro at that stuff?
Yep.
Give us the designs, and we'll make them in-house and save everybody a ton of money. So the new buildings that are going to be coming out, and even the old ones that we used to make with them, we've bought the license to them from MicroArt, and now we're able to make them ourselves. So coming up in actually February, March, we're going to, once Kickstarter arrives for everybody, the Unfinished Business Kickstarter, once that arrives, all of the little houses and territories and things are all going to be manufactured U.S., so the cost will be lower and stores can get them.
Oh, very cool.
Hey.
See, there you go. And that all started at that little
Captain
con with my little village.
Yeah, there you have it. There you have it.
So so awesome. So that should be a lot of fun at Captain Con. And so Romeo, did you guys stick with TempleCon in its summer move, so you guys won't be at the Captain Con one in February?
We won't be at Captain Con because we have to go to the one that Privateer goes to. That's we're like a little shadow to them.
Gotcha.
So
that makes sense.
And that's obviously where they're major partners. So we want to make sure we're around them so we can help them out and have stuff for their customer base. But we might end up going to both of them next year. It just depends. We didn't know that it's split. We thought it just moved.
Right.
This is actually news, breaking news for me.
There you go. There you go.
On the show.
Local drama. Local drama.
Yeah, drama.
Well, as soon as you tell me that, I already could read between the lines.
Right.
Yeah.
So, God bless their gaming souls.
You know some of the personalities involved, I'm sure.
I'm sure I do.
Yes.
And so anyway, so that's going to be an awesome event, and it's going to be one of the we're hearkening back to what we were doing a few years ago. So a lot of shouting, hopefully a lot of prizes.
Yeah.
Rick Priestley responded to us today, so hopefully we'll get some cool stuff to be able to give out.
Yeah.
And and we'll be playing Gates of Antares. Which, speaking of Gates of Antares, I played with Russ. I also played twice with Matt. And so that would be Nerd Herders Matt, which of course longtime listeners know kicks my butt on a regular basis, except the first game of any game I try to teach him, and I win that one generally, and then we move on.
I think you lost that one though.
This week he beat me in the first game while I was teaching him, crushed me.
Yeah, see.
And then we played again with a mission, and I won. So, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. I had one human model and one drone left out of my entire army. So, nice. But he did it. He did the objective. So that was fun. Speaking of Matt, I got a chance to play Star Wars Armada with a lot of the cool new stuff. I got a Death Star. I did not get a Death Star. I got a Star Destroyer for Christmas, and I really wanted to use it. And sadly, of course, I go in again, just same exact thing as last time happened when I played Matt in Armada. I go in thinking like I got all this cool new stuff, and he goes in thinking like, well, I've got a fleet that can win. So that's what happens there. Only I don't think I've ever been beaten as badly as he beat me in that game. I did not do a single hull point of damage, and I think I killed 3 stands of X-Wings by the time he destroyed everything in my fleet, which included the Star Destroyer, and then the Raider size, the little weird looking convex one, and then the tiny little one, and he destroyed them in reverse order of their size. I think he did that on purpose. He destroyed the Star Destroyer, then the medium one, then the small one. So that was bad, but still a fun game, and I love getting a chance to use my mat and everything. I saw on my trip to New York a couple weeks ago that they finally came out with Bang the Dice game, the Walking Dead version. And for some reason, I had to get it. And I went out and I finally found it and I got it. And it's exactly the same game with exactly the same rules and a Walking Dead art and names. And that was that was a disappointment. The quality of the materials not that great. It's not the linen cardstock stuff. The tokens are not the art of the tokens is not on. It's not double-sided, so it's like it costs the same or more, and it's kind of like it felt very much like a cheap money grab to me. But I'm sure they paid a fortune for the artwork. And then I played it, and I loved it because it's really funny if you play it with a bunch of Walking Dead fans because everybody knows the characters. So it is the comic, not the TV show, but most of the characters are still similar enough that you can have lots of fun and jokes. And that was great. That was enjoyable. I don't know if it was $20 enjoyable, but, it was fun. Pengaloo, which Russ has talked about a lot. I finally got a chance to play that with Reese. So Pengaloo, that was fun.
I like the components in that game.
Pengaloo was fun.
Yes.
Cards Against Humanity, I finally got a chance to play.
What'd you think?
You've never played that?
I never played it until New Year's Eve.
Moly.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Welcome to...
I don't get it. It wasn't that fun. I mean, it's like a bunch of amateur actors going around reading not overly well-written comic lines. That's what it felt like to me.
What kind of crowd did you play with, though?
I very close friends, and then 2 people that I had never met before that were kind of a little distracted, and they had like a teenage daughter that was out in Boston doing something, so they were all distracted, and there was some drama there. But even then, even my friends that I know for years that I joke around with constantly, I'm like, and I've got to say, this is totally me, though. This is not like anything against that game or any game like it. Any of these games where one of the players is the judge, I hate those games because I always think I should win and I always get annoyed. And that goes all the way back to the original game, Balderdash, that started that.
How dare you judge me?
I'm like, what? No, whoa. I think you should read mine again. That's always what I'm left with. Is the feeling like, everybody laughed at mine the most. This one's gonna seriously. You're picking the Pope. Okay.
Yeah.
And so
that's how you got to play to your judge.
Yeah,
play to your judge.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you can tell he's a Cards Against Humanity veteran.
Craig.
No, I just play. My wife forces me. It's her favorite game, and I get forced to play it.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, if you're not, if you're living a joyless, humorless life and you want to like inject some fake fun into it, I get the game. I get it.
Fake fun.
Yeah, everybody loved it but me. Okay, it's a lot like Wicked, right, Russ? Anyway,
it is just like that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Vampire Rises is a werewolf game where you're fighting vampires instead of werewolves. Otherwise, it's identical. Okay. I played that 3 times, and that's just as much fun as it always is. New Year's Day. Everybody had left except for Joe and I. And so he was like, hey, you got X-Wing. Can we play like the actual game? Because I've never played that. So we played 2 old school games of X-Wing. And it's not as much fun as the campaign, I have to say.
Yeah.
You can't really just whip up a game of X-Wing. There's so much work that goes into building the fleet and going through all the cards. And if you're like, you can't have a casual game of X-Wing is what I decided. It's fun. It's a great game, but it just does not lend itself to, hey, we've got an hour or 2. Let's just play this. It's like, okay, we have an afternoon. So that was a little annoying. Although I did finally get to use a large model for the first time.
Yeah.
Romeo, am I using the right term? Large model? Okay. I don't know. X-Wing.
Large.
We usually get in trouble for labeling things.
You're the expert on
Remember?
that.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's a mislabeled base size, you idiots. Exactly. How dare you? I got a good one. So remember, we're going to be doing a lot of board game foam. That's like our focus in January and February of 2016 right now. So we're adding new board game foams up every day and hitting up the retailers, letting them know about us so they can get in on the action. And a retailer that has been a retailer with us for 5 years, mind you, this person orders from us regularly, is in direct communication with his rep regularly. Yep. No names mentioned. I will not explain or tell who it is.
Okay, good.
It's shameful.
Okay, we don't want to get in trouble. So yeah. Keep it generic.
Today he says, well, I appreciate you guys letting me know about all this new stuff you're doing, but how about getting together and getting some of the old stuff done, like Imperial Assault and X-Wing, because those are hot games. And you guys have nothing for that.
What?
And we're like, are you insane? We have had this foam for all of these games for years, guy. And he's like, we show him, obviously the rep quickly did his job and went and showed him the link to where he needed to find these items. And even went as far as to show him the Facebook post showing these launched 2 years ago. And he's like, well, that's ridiculous. How is anybody supposed to find that on your website? With your
Type
eyes.
in X-Wing in the search box. How's that?
With your eyeballs.
I think you find it on Google. Type in Battlefoam X-Wing on Google and see what you get.
Yeah, or just open your eyes. I don't know.
Oh, right. Awesome.
There you go.
Sorry.
But he's not bitter. Not bitter.
But he's not angry at all.
Today.
No,
that just happened today. That's why it's exciting. It just happened today.
Okay, there you go. Breaking news.
There it is.
Somebody annoyed Romeo today.
Right.
That's every day.
Write this day down.
Red letter day.
Yes.
I got to use the Decimator, the giant Imperial large ship, and that was awesome. And it was really kind of brutal and ugly and well worth all the cards that I put on it. Anyway. Then we played Rampage because the kids were kind of like, how come we can't play any games? So we played Rampage and ate a bunch of meeples, and that was fun. And then had another game of Guildball with Russ. So I played a lot of games over the last couple of weeks. It was fun. What about you, Russ?
Well, I started it off really exciting, hotel management.
Nice. My favorite genre.
I got to play the Grand Austria Hotel.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if Craig wouldn't want to do it in real life, Craig doesn't want to play the game.
It's excellent. Actually, it was a lot of fun. It's obviously a Euro. You're basically trying
to... Really? It's a Euro? That's so weird.
I know, right? And not just because it's in Austria. You're putting... you basically got a hotel, and you got a little card in front of all the rooms in the hotel. And first thing you got to do is prep the room, so get some doors open there. And then you got to find the right colored customers to match those rooms. And by putting the right kinds of people in those rooms, you get victory points. By filling in right combinations and patterns of rooms, you get more victory points. Different kinds of guests are worth different amount of points, but also give you different abilities. It's pretty cool. It's a nice little Euro. I liked it a lot. If you like Euros and you like hotel management, this is right up your alley. As Craig mentioned, still playing lots and lots of Antares, still loving that game. Also, so for Christmas, under the tree, Romeo.
Yes.
My girls got 2 different games. They got 2 Plot Hat games, actually. Tail Feathers and Ashes, Rise of the Phoenixborn. Now, when I saw this from Santa, I figured, well, they'll probably like Tail Feathers the most because it's got all those cool birds and models. I don't know if you've seen this one, but so Tail Feathers is basically, if you remember Mice and Mystics, okay, so this is another game in the Mice and Mystics world. But in this game, it's actually kind of like X-Wing or Attack Wing, where you're you in the 4 corners of the table, you put these tree trunks, there's little branches out there. And the game comes with both infantry rats and infantry mice, but then it also comes with a bunch of these miniatures that are flying birds with mice mounted on them and rats mounted on them. Uh-huh. And so you basically got air support as well as ground support on the trees, and you're trying to make your way across the table to the other guy's tree and take out their nest. There's some really interesting mechanics. So, for example, there's a tilt phase where you have to adjust the angle of your bird. It's on a ball joint. And then depending on the angle your bird starts at, when you go ahead and put the movement templates down, they must all be to the left or to the right or straight, depending on your tilt. So it's kind of like that mapping movement you have in X-Wing and other games. So it's really kind of neat. I thought they were going to love this because all these cool miniatures. But Ashes is basically a up to 4-player sort of Magic the Gathering genre game where each player is controlling a caster, or in this case, a Phoenixborn, and you're essentially summoning monsters into a tableau, monsters from cards in a tableau, and then you're sending them across the table to kill the other guy's casters. Very Magic-esque. However, the shtick here is a couple of interesting mechanics. One of them is that you roll dice. The different casters have different dice pools. And this dice pool, then, the symbols on the dice generate different kinds of essentially mana, which allows you to power the cards from your hand. So that's a difference. And the second difference is that the monsters you summon come from a different deck that's not random. So you actually build a table of spells that you can then repeatedly use over and over again to summon more monsters based on the dice you roll. So it's a very interesting game. They love this game. Love it. Can't play it enough. Really, really like it a lot. Much more than Tail Feathers, actually. I was kind of surprised. So Ashes, Rise of the Phoenixborn, really good game. And I'm guessing any Magic player would really like it. It is their favorite game in that genre. They don't like Pokemon games like that at all. So that, and then finally, of course, playing lots of Guildball as well. So we'll talk more about that later.
Yeah.
What about modeling, Romeo? You built anything lately? Painted it?
As far as painting, man,
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I've been lazy.
Oh.
My golf game's looking great, though.
Oh, well, well,
my short game, my chipping within 100 yards of the green, I'm excellent. My primering and shading is a little lax.
Okay, well,
I'll be honest.
Well, we've all got to focus. We've all got to pick and choose our battles.
It's the thing about it is, you know what they say, you don't want to start a business in the things you love, right? So I really loved luggage, and then I started a business, and now I can't stand it, right? So I really like the Wild West and sci-fi. So I started gaming it. Now I can't. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I paint a lot of Wild West Exodus stuff for myself. So because I do that, more of like a necessity than a kind of an enjoyable thing.
Right.
All my like free painting time, which is only probably about 10, 15 hours a week at this point.
Right.
Goes to those guys. So rarely can I get out there and put together a nice set of something myself.
You're just painting a lot for work. You're not painting for fun.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing. And it makes it, it kind of eats up that momentum, that painting momentum you get.
That makes sense. I think once you start painting for work, like I used to program as a hobby before I started becoming a professional programmer. Now I don't really program as a hobby anymore. Right. So it's kind of like that. Right.
Yeah. Same thing.
I get it. All right. Well, Craig, what about you?
I went to New York, like I said, and Karen decided not to go with me. Like last year, we brought Reese, and the both of us went, and so we had a grand old time. This year, I had a suite, and Karen didn't go with me, so I was like, "What am I gonna?" Oh, wait a minute! So I brought my 2 grav shoot drop squads for Antares with me. And I watched The Expanse on the hotel TV and put together 11 metal models.
Nice. There you go.
Then I came home and I put together the rest. I got a command squad, an X-Launcher team, a new hue, mutated human next generation guy, targeter probes, a medium-heavy drone, and a bunch of drones. Star Wars Starship Battles fighters, folks, make awesome Antares drones.
There you go.
Thank you again, Gordon.
Right.
So I put all that together and have it almost all painted up.
Nice.
And then this is a sad note.
Uh-oh.
I have come to the conclusion, and actually came to the conclusion a long time ago, I'm just lazy and I put things off, that Dust is just not coming back to what I would like it to be.
Dust Warfare, yeah.
Dust Warfare is dead. Mm-hmm. And I have over 100 models, including a bunch of mechs. And they look beautiful, and I painted them all up. And for some reason, I don't know why this happened, but I painted them all up, and then after they were painted, I based them all. And I had never got around to painting the basing.
Yep.
So I've decided, I went and over the weekend, I painted up over 100, all those bases, over 100 bases. And I'm going to be putting all of that, or actually, our friend Dave is going to be putting all that up on eBay soon.
Oh, there you go.
So
well, there you go.
Yeah, I don't see myself. I don't like Dust Tactics. I'm glad it's out there for the people that love it, and I know we have listeners who love it. And I'm not dissing Dust Tactics at all. It's not the game I want to play. Dust Warfare was awesome. I personally think that Antares is its equal, perhaps beats it, and is a brand new game that's fully supported, and the company 100% believes it and believes in it. And so I'll put my money where I think the people are really care about it and want what I want out of it, as opposed to kind of grudgingly throw things every now and then in my direction. So that's 100 bases, though. That was a lot of basing.
That is a lot of basing.
And that rounds out my for Christmas. For Christmas, I wanted to do something special for.
This is very nice.
Yeah, I wanted to do something special for my close friends that I've known for decades. So for my low jog guys that can hang out on the weekend, and Russ, who can't hang out on the weekend, but will eventually.
Yes, I will.
Now he's got himself a little ship.
I do.
I custom painted an X-wing, an A-wing, and 2 B-wings. Based on I was sneaky, and I was just like in conversation, asked them, what's your favorite fighter in Star Wars? And oh, by the way, what's your favorite color? Because that's a natural conversation for guys to have. And so I did custom repaints of all those ships in their favorite colors.
That's nice.
So
I got a little B-wing.
cool
It's beautiful.
thing.
Thank you, Craig.
I had fun. Yes, thank you. And so that's it. What about you, Russ?
All right. Well, real quickly, I got more GAR for Beyond the Gates of Antares now. So I got all the Outcasts came out. They're all metal. So I started putting those together. I put together over 10 little Outcasts, along with 2 of their little support weapons there. And then I also put together a little Outcast command squad. And then I've been busily painting up, or trying to paint up, the rest of the GAR suits, which is taking me a long time because I'm really putting some time into them. So it's going along great. I'm loving this. So now Craig and I have given ourselves a deadline now of Captain Con to get our 1,000-point armies done here. So it's giving me a nice target to shoot for. So I'm excited about that.
Hey, so guys, real quick on that game, are there vehicles yet?
No, but
the rules for them are all in the book, but the models will be coming out over the course of the next several months.
Yeah, they've already put they did all the 3D modeling of renders of the vehicles before the book came out, and so the actual vehicles are listed in the book along with their stats and the side views, so you kind of know what you're going to get for each faction. And they're releasing them, according to them, sometime this first half of the year. So we'll see. I'm excited about it, though. But there already are some larger, like the GAR battle suits are the size of Terminators. So, they're not huge, but they're big enough to make things interesting.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to the vehicles. That's really the next big thing for this game. If this can come out, if they can keep the 5 or 6 factions they have now and get vehicles out the door during the course of 2016, I think they really have something here. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's a very, very cool game.
All right. So that's that. What about other stuff, Romeo? What about, geeky shows, books, movies? What have you been watching lately?
The nerdiness? You say you're asking what my nerd level is?
I am, yes, I am.
Epic, as always. Well, I'm a big sci-fi nerd, so any UFO documentary on Netflix or UFO anything, I'm all over that. I actually saw a movie that's kind of, I wouldn't call it so much sci-fi. Well, it could genre itself into sci-fi. It's more scary horror. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's a tad bit adult content-ish. I think it's probably at least a PG, but it might be in the R realm. But it's called It Follows. Have you guys seen this?
No.
It Follows. Okay, I'll give you you guys will watch this within 2 days, I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't, you'll hate yourself for it because it's excellent. All right, so here's the premise. I won't spoil it. It is based upon, and it's going to sound kind of silly, it's based upon a demon that kills people that have inappropriate sexual relations. Okay. Now, when you that sounds ridiculous, right?
It does.
It sounds like
so far. I'm thinking my next 2 days are safe.
No, it sounds campy, right? And it sounds totally like B-rated garbage.
Little bit.
Okay?
Yeah,
I thought that too. Okay, because when you read the description of it, I don't think it's on Netflix. I think it's on iTunes actually.
Right.
When you read the description, you think, well, that sounds idiotic. That's just stupid.
Yes.
And then you watch it, and it is straight up zero funniness in it. Straight horror. You're freaked out the whole time, and then you really start thinking about it, the premise of it, and you're like, oh my effing A, that is ridiculously scary if this happens. Because here's how this demon works, okay? Mm-hmm. Nobody knows where it came from, but the movie starts with this couple. They go on a date, first date, and they have, unmarried relations, and the guy says to the girl, well, I'm sorry, they're sitting there, they're being real cute. I'm going to spoil this thing. They're being real cute with each other, whatever. In the car because they have sexual relations in a very nice romantic spot like the backseat of his car. Right. So the situation though is she's hanging out. They're kind of having like cute talk and being cuddly, and all of a sudden the guy puts chloroform over her face and knocks her out. So you're like, oh my God, what a creeper, right? What's up with this guy? And again, the whole movie's tense. It's like that very dark, rainy days all the time, cloudy skies kind of movie where there's like no happiness anywhere to be found, right? So the mood's already tense. And anyway, so she wakes up a couple hours, minutes later, and she's in this abandoned warehouse with the guy. She's tied to a chair, okay? Mm-hmm. And she's fully clothed, everything's normal, but she's tied to a chair. And he says to her,
for some value
like, oh my God.
Of normal.
Right. So she wakes up. She's like, "What the hell are you doing? What are you doing to me? What the hell is this?" He's like, "Relax. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm so sorry that I had to knock you out, but I'll explain to you in a second. She's almost here, or I'm sorry, it's almost here because she doesn't qualify as a she. It's almost here." And she's like, and it's like this totally like Detroit. It's filmed in Detroit, right? So think of these dilapidated warehouses that are just creepy anyway, right? And he keeps like because the walls are all knocked down in this warehouse. It's like a skeleton, and they're like on the second floor. And he's looking down, over the ledge of this warehouse, looking kind of like in the rubble and the junk from like the collapsed parts of the warehouse, waiting for somebody, right? And she's like, "What are you talking about? Who's almost here? Untie me! You're an asshole! But I'm sorry, that was a bad word.
That's okay.
You're an a-hole. How dare you? Whatever, right?" And he's like, "Just listen to me. It never stops coming. You need to outsmart it. Don't ever catch yourself in a room without two exits. Don't ever trust who you think could be this thing." Because it could be anybody. It can shapeshift into anybody, right? And she's like, "Oh my God, you're totally freaking me out." And then all of a sudden he says, "Shush, hold on, I see her." All right, and it's a woman, and she's butt naked, okay? And she's just walking, right? And you see her from afar, because if you're looking from the top of this warehouse, and you see her walking from afar. She's not running, she's just walking, like a focused walk, right?
Right.
And he's like kind of freaking out. He's like, "Okay, look, she's got to see you, and then I'm going to untie you, okay?" And she's like, "Oh my God, what are you talking about? Untie me right now," right? So as this thing, right, this makes its way up the stairs or wherever, it comes around. It's at the other end of the warehouse, but on the same floor at this point, right? So this thing's just walking towards him. So you're super creeped out because this thing doesn't have any emotion. It's just, what's it going to do? Why is it walking on him? What's going on? Why is this guy a creeper, right? So he unties her, and the demon's coming. This thing's just walking towards her. He unties her, and they run away, right? And he says to her, you can pass this on to the next person if you have sex with them, right? So the way this curse gets passed is you have to have sex with another person, and then the demon comes after them. The thing about the demon is it never stops coming at you, right? It doesn't fly. It doesn't move from place to place. It just walks. But it's always walking, right? So think how creepy that is. So when you're sitting down sleeping, this thing's walking towards you. It always knows where you are. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're on an airplane, it knows you're on that airplane and you're going to land in, let's say you're in California now. It's going to start walking towards you in California, right? And it'll get to you one day. Right. It may not be today. It might be tomorrow. It might be in 300 days. But it will get to you, right?
Oh, wow.
So
what's the name of this? What's the name of the show again?
It Follows.
The movie.
It Follows.
The movie.
A movie.
It Follows. Right. Okay? Right. And it is so freaking creepy because, and again, I already spoiled too much. What's so creepy is it also shapeshifts. It could be your friend, it could be your family member, it could be your mom, it could be that. It does this to trick you so it can get to you.
Right.
Once it kills you, right, it then goes back to the person before. So let's say you pass it to someone and they're morons and they don't pass it to anybody else and then they get themselves killed. Guess what? It's coming after you again. So your head's always on a swivel because you never know if the people after you have done the right thing and passed it along over and over again, or because obviously once this thing starts looking for you, if you pass this on, you're basically committing murder, right? Because you're sentencing that next person unknowingly to die because this demon is going to be looking for them. So It's totally freaky. It's awesome. You got to see it.
Huh.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, there you go.
It Follows. There it is.
It Follows, baby. If you want to get totally freaked out.
Now I feel like I'm being chased and I have to watch it within 2 days.
I know.
Exactly. You better, because I just told you about it. Now the demon's coming if you don't watch it.
Oh, great.
Great.
7 days.
All right, Craig.
7 days.
What about you, Craig? What have you been doing that's geeky?
What about me?
I'm a little creeped out.
I went and saw Fiddler on the Roof. Now, you would think that has nothing to do with gaming, but
not really.
We saw it on the second night of its showing. Mm-hmm. The first night, the opening night, it got rave reviews. So the house was filled when we saw it on Tuesday night. And it was filled with various kinds of people you don't normally see. For instance, Tom Cavanaugh. Do you know who Tom Cavanaugh is, Russ?
I do not.
He's an actor. He used to play Ed to me, which was a great show where he played a doctor. Well, he plays Dr. Harrison Wells in The Flash.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. I was going to spoil something from The Flash, so I won't. But yes, I get it.
Well, I don't think it's spoiling it if it's the last season. But anyway, so he was right behind me in line.
Yes.
So somebody was like, oh, my God, there's that guy from Flash. And I turned around and I was like, oh, my God. And I wanted to say, I love you from Ed. But I didn't, because I don't think that they really love when that happens when they're in public. So I didn't say anything. And then during intermission, I would to get a drink, and I bumped into Adrian Pasdar. Do you know who he is?
No.
You might know him better as Senator Nathan Petrelli from Heroes.
Oh, yes. Right.
Yeah, so it was crazy. It was like, oh, my God.
Wow.
So anyway, but that was neither here nor there. Production was great. I just finished Star Wars: The Lost Stars by Claudia Gray, which is another one of those novels that fits between, that introduces little bits and pieces for the new movie. It's a young adult book, although it was the first young adult book I've ever encountered that actually had sex. I mean, it was dealt with in a very, PG way, but I was like, wow, that's young adult? Okay. But it was a really well-written book. It was neat. It was fun. And it was cool because it ends with the Battle of Jakku, which, of course, is now a major plot point in the Star Wars universe.
Right.
And so it was really cool. You actually get to see exactly how the Star Destroyer ends up on Jakku.
Oh, fun.
Oh.
So it was actually very, very cool because of that. And it's these two characters who are basically keep meeting and bumping into each other, and they're experiencing the whole original Star Wars trilogy, but they're experiencing it from like different points of view. Mm-hmm. So they're seeing all these cool things, and you know what's happening, but they don't know what's happening. And they're like, I've just been assigned to this new space station. I don't even know what it's named yet. You're like, oh my God. So very cool stuff. I watched The Man in the High Castle completely all the way through on Amazon.
Yeah, what'd you think? I just finished it myself.
I enjoyed it immensely. I thought it was great.
I liked it.
I read the book a long, long time ago, and it was confusing me because I was like, I don't think that's quite the way it was in the book. So I went back and I read the book, which is also awesome.
Yeah.
But is very different to the point where you can enjoy both of them at the same time and have two totally different experiences.
Oh, wow. All right.
Especially if you're a Philip K. Dick fan, which I am. I really enjoy his stuff. So that book was awesome. But you could tell that there was a TV show that just came out, and Amazon does both Kindle and and Amazon TV shows because the price of it was easily the most expensive Philip K. Dick book in the entire catalog.
Oh, what a quinky dinky.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I finished Aeronauts Windless by Jim Butcher. Loved
Wasn't that
it.
good? I love that book.
A lot. But what does Jim Butcher have about spiders? I think he has a massive fear of spiders.
Why?
Because they feature prominently in the Codex Alera books also.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
And again, they're not spiders. They're just like in the Aeronauts Windless. They're creepy non-spider monster things.
Every fantasy book, thanks to Tolkien, has to have spiders in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Harry Potter has spiders. Tolkien has spiders.
It's well done. I enjoy it. I like these sort of spiders way more than the Codex Alera.
I love the whole thing about the creatures being on the grounds. That's why they're in the air. The whole thing's awesome.
Yeah,
it's really good.
It's very good.
Yeah.
I listened to the Vital Abyss and Expanse novella.
Ooh, what'd you think?
Because I got all excited because of the Expanse on TV, which I think is phenomenal.
I'm liking it, although I do want to discuss the latest episode.
Okay, which you mean the one that just came out 2 days ago?
I think so. The one where they finally introduced the Butcher.
Yes, indeed.
So,
wait, let's do that one.
Right.
You take your time.
All right, fine.
So the Vital Abyss, again, James S.A. Corey, the two guys who write under that name, do this where they'll do a novella between releases of the big books.
Right.
And I just love it. And it always focuses on a secondary character that will eventually become important in the next big novel. So the Vital Abyss is a really cool story, and they go back to their original narrator Jefferson Mays. They went for book 4. They went with a new guy, and he was fine, but he wasn't Jefferson Mays, who was awesome. So loved that. That was great. And now I'm listening to Nemesis Games, which is the newest book by James S.A. Corey. Awesome, back in fine form. I did not really enjoy book 4. It was a bit of a drag. You didn't get a lot of the cool stuff that I think really makes the Expanse series so awesome. So I'm really excited about Nemesis Games. It's focusing on all 4 of the crew members of the Rocinante. But you're getting to learn more about their background stories, and like one goes to Earth, and one goes to Mars, and one goes to the Belt. And they're all involved on their own stories right now. I'm only a third in, but you know that they're all going to come back together, and it's going to be awesome. So that's cool. Man in the High Castle, I already talked about. Ash versus the Evil Dead needs to be mentioned. It's very, very amusing and entertaining. It is very much in the vein of, no pun intended, of the Evil Dead, the original Evil Dead stuff. Bruce Campbell is phenomenal as he recreates Ash. And Lucy Lawless is great, and it's great to see them both back together again.
It is.
Xena and the Prince of Thieves. What was his name?
I forget.
Autolycus or Autolycus, wasn't that it?
Yeah.
Anyway, and video games.
Yeah, look at that. There it is.
I got a video game in my achievements.
There you go. I'll give you a big old
Disney Infinity 2.0.
See, there you go.
With Reese.
Yeah.
Trying to battle my way out of the Avengers Tower, which unfortunately I don't know how the hell to save a game to save my life. So I have battled my way out of the Avengers Tower 3 times.
Yeah, you're playing it old school style. Have to restart.
I haven't played it in over a week now because I'm like, Reese, I can't do it again. I cannot fight all of the frost giants again. I just can't do it.
Push the menu button and click save. It'll help you out.
Menu button, click save.
Yes,
okay, because I was so close to getting unlocking Rocket, and I got him in my stocking so I could be Rocket. And you need to find 10 coins. I had 8, and I just couldn't find the other.
Try him in the toy box. He's fine.
So. No, I want to play him in the Avengers Tower. Anyway, okay, so that's me. What about you, Russ?
Well, quick. I finished the first book in the Iron Druid Chronicles on Audible.
That's good stuff.
I really enjoyed it a lot. I love his dog. His dog is hilarious.
His dog is great.
And yeah, the premise of this book, for those who it does have a good feeling of, it does feel a little bit like the Dresden Files quite a bit, but instead of a wizard, you have a druid from Ireland, an ancient Irish druid, who is now living in Tempe, Arizona, Romeo. He's right near you, actually.
I love it.
So,
okay.
Yeah, and apparently you live in Tempe, Arizona if you are a druid and are trying to avoid the Fae, because there's not a lot of forests out there, so the Fae are not out there very often. That's why you live in Tempe, apparently. And also,
there's all kinds of cool Native American stuff.
Oh, they hunt the mountain goats and everything. It's really cool. So it's really good. But basically, he's a druid, a 2,000-year-old druid living in modern times, kind of out in the open like Dresden. And he's dealing with and it turns out all the gods from the various pantheons are real. And so this is all happening. He just happens to know most of the Irish ones, but all of them are real, and they're coming around. And it's kind of neat. And I really enjoyed the first book, so I can't wait to read the second one. A lot of fun. Also, like Craig watched Man in the High Castle. Really, really enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah.
Also saw the Doctor Who Christmas special, which I also enjoyed. So now we're out of Doctor Who till the next season, but I enjoyed that. Also for gaming, for video games, Romeo, have you tried the Jack Party Box? You seen this? So
Jack Party Box.
Yeah. So it's
video games?
Yeah, it's a video game for either your Xbox, your PS4, or Steam.
Okay.
And what it basically does is it runs on your on one of these devices, so preferably one plugged into a television. And then everybody, and it puts a code on the screen. So it says, hey, you're applied to play this game. The Jackbox party code is like XD57. And so everybody takes out their phones, and they go to the website Jackbox, I think it's jackboxparty.tv or something. You type that into your phone, and you put in this room code, and you put your name in there. And then all of a sudden, your phone starts up, and my favorite game is Drawful. So it says, okay, everybody in the room is going to be playing Drawful. You draw a little, with your finger, you draw a little avatar of yourself. Maybe it's a smiley face, a rocket ship, whatever. And then it shows up on the screen. And then your phone says, draw a car or draw a man surfing or whatever. And so you try to draw this picture and you submit it on your phone. And then what happens is up on the TV screen, and there's this fun music and everything, it shows one of the pictures that someone drew. And it says, what do you think this is? And everybody then types into their phone what they think it is. So Craig might put in, maybe I drew a man surfing. Craig's like dog on platform or something, right? And then what happens is it shows on the screen what everybody typed in. And then everybody on their phone now votes for what they think the right answer is. And you get points for guessing if you guess the correct answer, the person who drew the picture gets 1,000 points and the person who guessed it gets it. But if you pick the wrong answer that someone else made up, the person who made that answer up gets 500 points. So it's kind of like Balderdash.
Yeah.
Pictionary. It's a blast to play. You can play up to 8 players. And there's a bunch of little mini party games like this in this party box. So it's like, that. There's a trivia one. It's kind of like a Mad Lib one. So it's a lot of fun. If you're looking we played it on New Year's Eve and Christmas and had a blast with it. Gamers, non-gamers. Everybody's got a phone in their pocket, right? So you can all play. And because it's a website thing, it works on any tablet, iPhone, Android, whatever. A lot of fun. So really enjoyed that.
Cool.
And then finally, I solved the latest Lara Croft game, Rise of the Tomb Raider. It was fabulous. Loved it just as much as the rebooted Lara Croft from 2013. So really enjoyed Tomb Raider. Still great.
Cool.
So, that is
and the
all.
Expanse.
Wow.
You wanted to mention the Expanse.
Yes. Oh, so I'm all caught up in the Expanse.
Yeah.
And so I was a little nervous when the first episode came out and they started bouncing around. They tried to run 3 story arcs at once, right? So they had Miller, they had the crew of they had Holden's crew, and then they had Avlasar, right?
Avasarala,
thank you. Going on. So they felt the need to have 3 plots. Then they kind of faded away from Avlasar for a bit, and then they went back to the 2, and I was fine with this. And I was nervous because as a book reader, I think I know what's going on, but I'm nervous for the viewer. But then in the latest episode, for some reason, I'm not really sure I understand, they decided that they had the 2 main stories going on, Miller and the crew, which is great. Yeah. And it makes sense because they're converging. You start seeing Miller starting to push the pieces together. It's all starting to come together. But then they wanted to start introducing or hinting at, Fred, the butcher, right? For those who read the books. And when they did this, instead of just referencing him, they decided to go back 11 years and show how the butcher got his name, the Butcher, which that's cool, but that could have been its own episode. Instead, it's like another 3-part story arc going on at once in a 1-hour show. And they're bouncing back to that without ever telling you again, hey, this one arc is 11 years old. This one arc's 11 years old. And I felt like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know why they're trying to cram 3 story arcs in an hour
I
episode.
thought they did a great job of saying it was 11 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm following it, but I'm nervous. I
was not nervous. I was super excited that because that's novella material.
Right. It's not. Yeah. Right.
So I was very excited to see the novella material making it into the series. I think I think they're trying to present a bunch. They're doing a buckshot strategy of trying to get a bunch of stuff out there so that they can hook a bunch of different audiences, I think.
What it feels to me like is they're trying to make it like Game of Thrones, but the books aren't written that way. So in Game of Thrones, it's like chapter on this person, chapter on that. And so in the TV series, they bounce around from like multiple story arcs. Yeah. And it feels like they're trying to do that with The Expanse, but they don't need to.
No, I mean, I understand on a basic level what you're saying, but I think I disagree with where it's coming from and where it's going. I thought this last episode was phenomenal to the point where I might need to go back and listen to all the books all over again, because you're learning like I said, in book 5, you're learning a lot about their backstory, and I'm seeing that in the TV show.
Right.
I'm seeing a lot of the stuff in the TV show that I don't even know if I saw when I was listening to the books the first time.
You know what it is? It's almost like instead of plot, it's almost exposition. And so I'm nervous because of that. It's like I become curious about the Butcher because I know the story arc, and now I'm just being like spoon-fed his history without the story arc. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know.
It does. I just I disagree with the effect, but it's as valid as any other effect in your head.
Okay. Fair.
Okay. All right. See how I did that?
I see what you did.
So we're talking about video games. I got to ask.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So are you guys playing Battlefront? Star Wars Battlefront?
I am. Yes. Are you?
Yeah. Are you guys on PS4 or what are we on?
I'm on Xbox. I'm on Xbox One. Sorry.
No, I have it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, get your Xbox One out and I'll play you. I'll jump in.
Okay. I don't like how long it takes to do anything.
Okay. Well,
like load games. I don't have patience like that.
Okay, I understand.
That's my only problem.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm also liking the couch based mode. So my daughters and I will play local either co-op in some of those local missions or just one-on-one. It's a lot of fun.
How about Fallout 4? Are you guys doing that?
I am avoiding Fallout 4 because I didn't like Fallout 3 that much, honestly. I know I'm a kind of a heretic here, but it's a little too open world for me. I like a little more story in my game. So
you can get lost for hours doing nothing in Fallout 4, right? Yeah. I spent 9 hours the first day, and I realized I literally had progressed 3% in the game.
Wow.
I said, oh my God, this is ridiculous. I mean, I just literally walked around with my robot, just kicking cans and shooting things and just being a moron, which is exactly what would happen if there was an apocalypse. I would literally spend 10 to 15 hours a day walking around kicking cans.
Well, there you have it. So it's a very accurate
very real
simulator.
Yes.
Right.
You know the other game you guys have to really get into.
Yeah.
I think you'll love it. Your readers or your listeners have to really get into this. It's a great game. It surprised me how good it was. Until Dawn.
Okay.
Have you guys seen this? Do you know what this is about? Until Dawn?
Sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. Go ahead and describe it.
All right. So this came out, I want to say, maybe 2 months ago, maybe even longer. I don't know. Gosh, time flies. So, no, probably longer. About 4 or 5 months ago, actually, at this point. But it's like a horror game, right? So in the spirit of Resident Evil kind of game, if you will, but really, really amazing graphics in the way that the graphics of the people are actual actors from today's, like that girl Penitentiary. She was on, I think, Heroes, and she's like on Nashville or some other crap. Yeah, okay, her. She's one of the main characters in the game, and she speaks the part. She actually was hired to do the audio for it, and it looks just like her. I mean, it is incredible. And there's several other actual real actors, which if it's cool because there's an area where you can meet the actors in the game, and there's interviews with them about why they chose to actually work in a video game and use their actual personas and all that. And it's really great because it totally sells it like a movie. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But obviously you control the characters. Now, here's the really neat thing about it is the entire game is based around the game learning what you're scared of and changing itself to make it harder on you and make it scarier for you. So there's these neat little cutscenes where you are sitting down with a psychiatrist between chapters in the game. And the psychiatrist asks you creepy questions like, what are you more scared of, spiders or snakes? You know, and you have to pick one, right? What's more intimidating to you, being around a lot of untrustworthy people in a large group or being completely alone with nobody to trust but yourself, right? So you have to pick, is it, like what's more tense? So, and then the game story will adapt and obviously pick the one that is. So if you pick, I like snakes better than spiders. Well, guess what? You're going to be infested by spiders, right? Because they want to creep you out.
Right.
So the whole game's like this. So it's constantly changing. They said there's like 200 different ways you can play the game.
Oh, wow.
Meaning there's like several endings. There's several ways that characters will die or not die. You can actually have people that don't die in the game. That there's like a whole group of teens that are part of this story, and you can save some of them. If you play, I've played it 3 times now, and I have had 3 different endings.
Oh wow! And
it's sadly enough the one ending that. The first ending I had, which is the one obviously you're most intrigued because you've never seen the ending. My heroine, which was Penitentiary, I was like, I got her to the end, man. She survived, because there's a lot of ways you can get these people killed. And I'm like, I made all the right decisions. She's gonna make it. And sure as crap, man, the last effing scene, there's this neat trick it does where your controller has the vibration in it,
right.
So it knows. So when there's tense moments where like the bad guy or a creature or something will sniff you that you're hiding somewhere in the room, and there's this little controller outline that pops up on your screen, and if you move your controller at all, it moves it out of this little outline, and it shakes and it moves out of the outline, which then triggers the killer or the thing to
you gotta
notice
be perfectly still in real life.
Right? So you're frozen, right? And you got to keep this controller from moving out of this little really tight outline of it. And throughout the game, this happens several times, different places. And I get stuck in this. At the very end, I'm excited because it's almost over. Like it's over. Right. They're talking about, oh my God, it's almost daylight. This is taking place over a period of a nighttime, right? Oh my God, it's almost daylight. We have till 6 a.m. to survive. The sun comes up, we'll be safe, right? So it's like 5:58, you know what I mean? And you're like, we got it, we're out of here, and you can hear the police choppers coming and the cops are coming down the street, and you're like, yes! And sure enough, I literally twitched just a smidge on this stupid controller, just out of my frustration of getting excited. And sure enough, this monster comes down and rips her head off. And I'm like, geez. Are you shitting me, man? And she totally got killed. I was so pissed. Anyway, the cool thing about the game is that these kind of things happen a lot. So it's really, really cool.
Nice.
But you got to check it out. Until Dawn.
Until
Dawn. Sounds cool.
All right.
Yes.
Cool. Well, I think we've learned one thing today, Craig, and that is that
What's
Romeo
that?
likes creepy stuff.
He does have some creepy taste.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here's the final score. Ripley has 147 victory points. Hicks has 132. I have 117, and Hudson has 87. That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over. What the frick are we gonna do now? Put the game away.
Yeehaw! Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. That is a cowboy call and lasers, which means it's time to talk about Wild West Exodus.
It is indeed Wild West Exodus. Again, we just had Romeo on the show, and I cannot stress enough how awesome these miniatures are. The poses just get better. The range is fantastic. The models are fantastic. The game is just fast, furious, and fun. And Craig, that background, and I know this is kind of sucking up to you, but I'm telling you, the background is amazing. I love the whole thing.
Appreciate the complete that. Now, keep in mind, the game rules are a free PDF now available from the WildWestExodus.com website. So there's no reason not to go over there, check it out. And especially if, hey, it sounded like Guildball, maybe a little bit like Guildball. If you like Guildball, maybe check that out. It's free. It is fast. It is fun and furious. It's very character-driven.
The Lawman gyrocopter, Craig? How was I not informed of this? That looks awesome. That is awesome. You're not keeping me up to date on some of these new models.
No, I'm not keeping you up to date on any of the models.
What's awesome about this, too, is the vehicles, there's the vehicle range has grown. The range of models for every single faction has really exploded. You got models, the poses are much more dynamic. I'm looking at robotic canine dogs for the law. I'm looking at the lawmen now, which are my favorite faction. And, oh my God. OMG, they've gotten so much bigger than I remember them. 2 whole pages of figures just for one faction. How many factions are there now, Craig? 8?
There are 10, I believe.
10. It's crazy. Yeah. And some of these new factions are insane. There's aliens now. You got custom bases. I mean, this stuff is great. Whether you're into the game or not, these models are fantastic. You really need to check it out. If you like the Wild West and you like a little sci-fi interjected with your Wild West, and who doesn't, you definitely need to check this out. Head on over to wildwestexodus.com and check out all the hotness.
You bet.
And now, in an attempt to bring a small amount of dignity and decorum to this otherwise base form of entertainment, and I use the term loosely, I am proud to present...
Oh, get on with it. It's time for App of the Ep.
Seriously, Wakeland, I used to have my own segment, and now I'm relegating to announcing this pap.
Hey, you're lucky we still use you. Welcome back to another App of the Ep. This time around, I have a kind of an unusual one. I have to kind of tell the story to set this one up. So, both my daughters are of an age, just a reminder, my oldest is 13, my youngest is 11, where typing's becoming a critical skill. Both of them really like to use computers, and not just to play video games. Of course, they do like those, but they also like them to write. They do a lot of typing on their computers, both for school, and as I mentioned before on the show, they love to type up their D&D histories and everything in Google Docs and whatnot. So they're both interested in getting stuff into computers fast, and I've also thought it's a good life skill to kind of know how to type, so I've been trying to teach them how to type. Now, my oldest kind of figured most of it out in school, and she's an okay touch typist, and she does it on her own now. But my youngest really wanted to learn more, and I've been looking for good typing software ever since they were little, and I haven't really found anything that's really that fun. I mean, there are some games out there that teach you how to type, but they're not that engaging, and they get pretty old pretty quick. So my youngest came to me again with this dilemma, and I just decided, what the heck, I was on Steam, and I searched, and lo and behold, I found this very interesting game called Epistory. Epistory, Epistory Typing Chronicles. I know from that title you're like, whatever, but it's really very fascinating. So first of all, the game is it's an early access game, so it's very, very new. It's I believe it's $13 on Steam to try it out. The story here is Epistory is an atmospheric adventure typing game that tells the story of a writer lacking inspiration who asks her muse to help her write her latest book. And in the Epistory, you play the muse, a fictional character in a world where everything is untold. Now, what's really interesting about this is, first of all, the graphics are great. The main character is a girl who is riding a two-tailed fox. The graphic style is reminiscent of a little bit of a old school Nintendo kind of Zelda feeling. It's top-down, you walk around. And what's really interesting about the game is the graphics are really actually very charming, and the way that the story is told, the story that the muse is helping the writer write literally unfolds before you as you are on these sort of these lands that aren't complete. And as you get near the edge, books unfold in an origami-like way, and all of a sudden there's more land to go. And to walk around actually in the land, you could use the WSDA keys, but the best way to do it is to put your fingers on the home keys. For those of you who don't know, those are the middle keys of the keyboard where the little bumps are on the keyboard. Put your fingers on the home keys, and then you actually use from those positions, you can walk your fox around. But then what's interesting is you're traveling throughout the land, there'll be things barring your path, like logs or maybe monsters. And if you tap your keyboard, your wolf goes into attack mode, and now above all potential targets, little words appear. So above the log, it might say wood or bark. And if you can type in the wood or bark, your fox will and your rider will cast a magic spell, and the little spark will fly out and blow up the log and get it out of your way, thus releasing some points and other things like that. What's really interesting about this is then when you get attacked, maybe there's a spider coming at you, and above him it'll say web. And if you type in web really fast, your fox will attack the spider. Tougher and tougher monsters eventually appear throughout the adventure, and they'll have different words above their head. So maybe 2 or 3 or 4 words you must type in rapidly to kill them. But then as the game progresses, you're eventually fighting tougher monsters with more different foes at a time. Some monsters are very easy to hit, i.e. they have very short words, but they have a lot of them. So it might be jog, run, hit, right? But then other monsters may have not very many words you got to type to beat them, but the words are very, very long, sometimes like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. That is a hard one to type, even for an advanced typist. What's really, I think, the most impressive thing about this game is how much it really draws you into the world, and you can't stop playing it. I was just testing it out for a bit, just to kind of see if it worked, and lo and behold, after 10 or 15 minutes, I was really enjoying the game and wanting to see what more would happen, and I'd forgotten that I was actually learning how to type. It was just a different user interface, and all of a sudden, I was all excited about the adventure I was having. I wanted to see what was around the corner next, the different kind of enemies I would face, different kinds of puzzles to solve. A really, really neat game in the style of Legend of Zelda, but accidentally, you're completely learning how to type. Really, really neat game. I cannot recommend this game enough, especially for parents or really anyone who'd like to hone their typing skills. No matter what your typing skill level is, eventually you will encounter things that really will test your skill level. So, really great game for typists or just adventure game fans in general. It's Epistory on Steam.
Thank you for listening to another scintillating edition of App of the App, a segment in which,
Hey, less of that. More just getting on with the show.
seriously, Wakeland, you are like school in summer. No class.
Hey guys, welcome back. And of course, as you already know, you've heard about what we've been up to. You know, Romeo's with us. And going off on a little idea of Russ's, I'm going to take it in my own direction. Go, Romeo, where hast thou been, Romeo?
Hey,
Hast thou been waiting for you?
Yes, well,
Patiently.
I was 5 minutes late. What are you going to do? So, Romeo, we haven't actually had you on the show for a while. Everybody knows, of course, keeping up on a regular basis with the Battlefoam and the Wild West Exodus, but we want to hear it from the horse's mouth. How are things? How are things going, and where are things going?
The huge is what's going on around here. We have just been, little busy bees. We have the team is, I would say, out of the 6 years we've been in business, the team that we have right now, meaning our employees, they are as well-oiled, fine-tuned, and sharpened to a razor's edge.
Wow.
They are. I'm telling you, it's my favorite, bestest crew.
A lot of that sounded like 50 Shades of Grey, actually.
It is.
A little bit.
And there's been a lot less whooping than there used to be at my place, which is nice because all my whips were broken from the previous staffing I had.
Now, in the context of 50 Shades of Grey, that has a whole different meaning.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Anyway,
a lot sexier, yes.
So what do you got this crew doing, Romeo?
Yeah, so what's up with Battlefoam? What have you guys been doing lately?
You know, the cool thing is, I think what really has been awesome about the crew and why everything's running so smoothly is because we just have gotten the right managers in place. Mm-hmm. The guys that we have now, the young lady and Jeff, the gentleman that we picked up last year, he was a former, GameStop now? I always want to call it EB Games for no reason whatsoever. It's been defunct for 20 years.
All those things have merged to form GameStop, I believe. Yes.
That's right, yes. So he came from GameStop, and he was a vet from GameStop, and he was with GameStop for, I don't know, I want to say 6-7 years as a manager, a store manager, and a regional guy. And when we brought him over, he just wanted to change a pace, and he had enough of that video game lifestyle. He wanted to take things to a new nerdy level. Mm-hmm. So he got into miniatures, and then he got into bag making, which was like, So
it's an interesting path, though.
Yeah, exactly. But he's been great, and he's been shaping our guys. And, we just had our big sale, and Battlefoam did we did 1,400 orders over the Black Friday weekend sale. Thank you for mentioning us on your guys' pages, which is very helpful. Hey.
Always excited to talk about you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for supporting the show, obviously.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We do the best we can.
Yes.
And, the 1,400 orders, that's the most we've ever had in a 3-day sale.
Wow.
And it beat it by around 103, 104 orders. I think we had just shy of 1,300 last year.
Wow.
So we're growing, which is crazy because who the heck thinks you can grow with the same bags all the time? But anyway, what's great is he got all the orders out. There was just out of those 1,400 orders, he has the warehouse guys. They only have, I want to say, less than 20 orders left. Total, okay, mind you, total. And those are all really big custom jobs where the customers, they kind of know it's going to be like 6 weeks to get them out because they're still waiting to get traces to us, and they haven't selected their armies or whatever.
So it's complicated. Right? But that's awesome because I remember last year you mentioned right after Black Friday, it was so many orders. You guys were so not really. We
weren't prepped.
It was hard, right? This year it sounds like it went really, really smooth. Everybody got their stuff quickly.
Yeah.
I saw no complaining on the internet about it. It was great.
Yeah, I know. Maybe people ran out of energy complaining about us.
Maybe. No. Well,
there's a finite amount of energy for complaining on the internet. And maybe this whole political thing is it's like sucking most of that energy, and you're safe.
Don't get me started on political stuff.
No.
The train will come off the tracks in a second around here.
Avoid that. Well, that's awesome. So, but you have, you say that you're doing the same old bags, but of course that's not true. You've been evolving your bags, and so what? I really want to ask you though, what kind of trends have you seen? It's been 6 years now, right? Holy crap!
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
So what's been sort of the trend in what's selling? Do you just in general like what people?
No, there is a trend, and I'll tell you what it is because I think it's also it's extremely revealing. What's really revealing about it is that there's a trend that I've noticed, which is it's something that's kind of cool. You guys probably have seen it, and most people probably assume that they kind of feel it in the industry. It's this idea of the big game, the large model count game, kind of fading or dying out, or almost kind of only the really core guys are doing that, and new audiences are not really getting into the I'm going to have 100 models on my table, versus your 100 models. It's the skirmish game, the board game mentality is really taken over, and we're seeing it in our bags. The sales and the custom stuff that we're doing is really starting to show that.
So you're really seeing. I was going to ask you about the skirmish game. So you're really seeing that game bags designed for skirmish games are really the hot sellers now. Yeah,
smaller bags. We're seeing a lot of things for specialized games. A lot of our board gaming things sell, maybe 3-to-1 compared to our old 40K trays, which were the core thing that everybody bought.
Is it fracturing more? I mean, I know most, a lot of gaming clubs will say, and I know our club will say, and I hear it online a lot that our clubs all used to play only 1 or 2 games, and now we all play a lot of different games. Are you seeing that sort of thing too, where a huge percentage of your sale was for 1 or 2 companies, and now it's more fractured and it's across a broader set of companies?
100%. I mean, I think the biggest thing that we're seeing now is people like to dabble.
Yeah.
And we'll get, kind of what you guys have been doing your whole careers, right? Since podcasting.
Yeah. Right.
You guys are whizzes at that, where you pick up a game, you read cover to cover on the rule set, and then you guys get together and give it a go. A lot of people were intimidated by that idea in the past, and people would be like, well, I only play 40K. That's what I know. That's what I'm going to stick with. I don't want to learn, whatever board game or whatever miniature skirmish game that comes through. Or, there were the Privateer Press guys. I don't play anything but Privateer, play with balls, kind of thing. And
play with balls.
Remember that? That was
the page 5 reference, everyone. It's a page 5. Yes, we got it.
So, I love that. I thought that was cool.
I thought it was cool too.
Play with balls, no plastics, and then everything's plastic. But anyway, I differ.
Play like you got a pair.
That's it. Ball. Well, both. Anyway, so the funny thing about it is now what we're seeing a lot of guys, what they're doing is, they'll come in, they'll buy a Zombicide tray, for their Zombicide board game. They'll come in, they'll buy X-Wing, they'll have one of those, and then they'll come in, they'll buy like a 432, and that'll be for, generally everything they have, or they'll buy a few trays for, a 30K or something. And people will be doing that a lot more. So our traffic's coming from customers dabbling more, which actually does help us grow technically, because they're spending their money in more places instead of just spending in one thing and then not needing anything else for that one thing because that's all they're playing. So it helps companies like us, and I'm sure accessory companies all over the gaming world benefit from it. But we benefit because we offer solutions for all this stuff, and people need it, because they're dabbling in all of it.
So miniature gaming in general is still alive and well. It's just there's a different kind of spread on the kind of games being played.
I think people still love the idea of having a miniature that is their little character, and he does things and he has stats and he's a hero or a villain or whatever. But I think the difference that I'm seeing now, at least, and again, I'm speculating because I'm looking at it from a different viewpoint via the bags or the accessory line. But what I'm seeing, and also from Wild West Texas, because we see what our game does and doesn't do for people in the audience that buys it. But what I think is what's happening is people aren't so much worried anymore about I have to build this miniature and paint it and then play with it. I think there was almost a time where if you were just playing a kind of a rubbery blue guy, on your board, it was heresy. Why am I? What are you doing? You're not a miniature player. That's not a real miniature. You didn't assemble that and spend 5 hours painting it. Now I see a lot more people being like, I don't have time for that. I'd rather play 5 games and have rubberized guys that are, blue, red, green, purple and deal with it than have one game where I spend 4 months painting it and then the rule set changes. So that's just what we're seeing, and kind of the scuttlebutt that we hear from our group and the people we play with and people we talk to and stuff. So that's just from our viewpoint. So I think that's the big change that's happened that we've noticed, and how we've kind of addressed it is by offering various solutions instead of just being targeted on the big gamer that has a large collection.
Yeah. That's
now, are you seeing a lot of individual trays more than usual go out, Romeo, because of the guys who are playing a bunch of different games?
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of custom. So that people are getting these different games, and for instance, X-Wing or Armada for either the Star Wars games. Those you can configure your ships a lot of different configure them. You can play a lot of different type of lists. And people some people may have 5 X-Wings, other people may have 15. Because they like to run a big X-Wing faction. So you'll see a lot of trays where, they'll have the Millennium Falcon and then they'll have 20 X-Wings on one tray. And we would have never made that form on our own because it just seems very unique. Right. But then you get those all the time, variations of that, 2 Star Destroyers, or even 3 sometimes, where they're like, I just want these big ships and I bought 3 because it looks cool,
Right. Yeah, mine did not do. One of them did not do well for me last night. So 3 might be the way to go.
Yeah. If they don't do well, add more.
That's right. That's absolutely. But that tray creator is really one of the coolest things on your very cool site, obviously. The ability to do that. So that's awesome. Yeah. And it's a cool way for you to be able to track sort of trends in the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think the digital age is it's such an amazing time right now for the world, right? The world has gotten so much smaller. In some ways, obviously, we look at how awful the world is because of how close everybody seems to feel. Even though you get in an airplane, you fly over hours of empty wilderness, people still feel like they can't breathe because the next door neighbor happens to, like the Packers and you don't. I'll kill that guy when I see him. It's like, Jesus, man. But, it's like the world seems like it's shrinking. And, the thing about it is for us, as far as for how it relates to the miniatures world, the digital thing is great because we're able to get information to people so much faster, and we're able to make changes on the fly on things. And it's actually affected Wild West Exodus dramatically because we just recently announced we went all digital with our printed media. So no more printed cards. We're going to try to keep our footprint, our carbon footprint as little as possible, aka we don't like paper. So I'd rather have the trees be in the ground than in my office, right? Uh-huh. So, but we really the main reason we went away and went to a digital card system is because that's really the future. People to be able to change a rule set for a model after a tournament because it just really crapped the bed or it smashed everybody's heads in. That's really a telling thing of gaming nowadays, to be able to listen to your community and quickly address their concerns and issues. That's a huge advantage for us.
So it's really about being able to evolve and keep yourself updated. I want to ask you more about Wild West Exodus, but before we do, I do want to kind of button up the Battlefoam stuff because I wanted to follow up a little bit. You'd mentioned that you saw a lot more board game sales, and I'm looking at my daughter's got Tail Feathers for Christmas, which is the new. I don't know if you're familiar. It's a new Plat Hat game, and it's a lot of cool miniatures, and there's mice on birds flying around and all kinds of craziness. And you're seeing, I know from the board game industry, you're seeing more and more of these hybrid board games with lots and lots of miniatures in them, and they really don't go back in the box. I mean, they really don't. So I needed something like Battlefoam, and of course, being a miniature gamer, I immediately turned to Battlefoam. Are you finding that your board game support foam sales? Or you mentioned X-Wing, which is arguably somewhere in the middle, but are you finding a lot more? You mentioned Zombicide. Are there a lot more of these board game kind of things selling too? Is it becoming a major part of your business?
No, absolutely. It is. I would say right now the biggest releases we have are as board games either get delivered by the Kickstarters that they were associated with, or they just come out and are released through their distributors or manufacturers. We're instantly on top of that. That is what we really shoot for now because that's what everybody loves. They love to be able to get these pieces and pop out all the the punch cards and get everything to go into a specific place. We have stuff for games that are heck, we have stuff for Werewolf. The card game that we played. We've all played Werewolf together, actually. Right. We have foam for Werewolf because people are like, I want my cards in a special box. And we're like, Jesus, man.
And who are you to say no?
Right. And I'm like, who am I not to take your $9? You'd give me that $9 right now. So, but yeah, that's one of the cool things is that we have seen it. Zombicide, of course, Ghostbusters, even like random stuff. What's that? Gears of War. That video game that turned into a board game for like 3 seconds and then it went into the trash.
Yeah. Right.
People were like freaking out asking us for trays and all 19 people that owned it were nuts about it.
I'm one of those 19 people. I have it.
Exactly.
I didn't buy a phone, but I do have it.
We heard from all 19 of them. Where is your phone? What is wrong with you guys?
There's a small club of us. We meet once every 3 years. It's very emotional.
But that is what the change has been, is that we've been able to really focus on the smaller skirmish size games, which is what the new pack 352 we just put out holds a smaller game set. It does a lot of things for these miniature, quick skirmish style games. It's wonderful for Dreadball. It's great for these Infinity, of course, and all these smaller, tiny style games.
Well, I wonder if I noticed some of your stuff. I was looking, of course, I was mentioning to you off the air that Craig and I have been sucked into Beyond the Gates of Antares, which is the new sci-fi offering from Warlord Games. And I noticed you have a Warlord bag, but what I thought was interesting about your Warlord bag is that instead of most of your other bags, or at least the ones I'm familiar with, like that are third-party bags, like Privateer Press bags or whatever, they generally have a stitched on the name of the game they're for. Like there's the War Machine bag, there's the Hordes bag, but your Warlord bag has interchangeable patches to put your favorite game sticker on there. Is that becoming a trend too? Because as you said earlier, people are shifting. Has that been around for a while?
Spartan bags did that.
Yeah, the idea has been around for quite some time. It's just I think the manufacturers are more open to it now because they're also changing with the times. So you have a lot of these larger companies, Warlord for one, they don't just publish one game. They publish several games and under their same helm. So Warlord has maybe 5 or 6 different genres.
They're doing Doctor Who now too. They got a couple others. Terminator.
Oh, is that wow? So there you go. I mean, that right there tells you that. And a lot of manufacturers do that. They feel that there's more money to kind of diversify. Right. You look at Spartan, because you made mention them. They did the Halo. Right. The Halo stuff. And years ago, people were almost closed off to the idea of helping another IP that was established or trying to get established, bringing them in-house and then building their entire game and growing them within your market. You didn't really see that. You look at Gates of Antares, Rick, he brought that over to the guys over at Warlord, and they said, yeah, absolutely, we'll help you. Let's do this together. Right. And it became, an in-house game then. But originally it started out with a Kickstarter, and then before that it was just, some stuff that the guys, the old crew, you look at Rick Priestley and Alicia Cavatori and all these guys, they were like the old dogs that got together and were going to put together a cool sci-fi game. And then it went and transitioned, obviously, when it got over to John over at Warlord. They were like, hey, let's do this. Let's put it together. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, that's cool. So that's neat. So I like how your games do that. And yeah, I need an Antares patch, just saying.
Okay, I got it. Check.
Hey, so I noticed some of your newest stuff. I love I always pronounce this wrong. Is it Molay or
Molly?
Molly? Molay.
If you're from France, it's a Molay.
So how is that going for you?
Molay.
I have one of those Molly bags that I like. And I saw some people digging that. Would that work out for you?
Yeah, I think the cool part about it is that it's one of those options that a lot of people don't even realize it's available, right? Mm-hmm. They get the bag because their friend has a 432, and there might be an old edition that didn't have it. So they get the bag, and they get it home, and they're like, cool, this is neat. Where the hell do I put this thing? And then their friend says, well, duh. Buy the accessory pouch for this or that. Right, and then all of a sudden you see these guys at a convention and they have like 16 different things attached to the bag. You're like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever. I didn't know you could add like all this stuff, and I found it. And so I think a lot of people at first don't realize that the Molly system allows them to add any pockets they want as they need it. So as their game grows, their hobby grows, maybe their trinket closet for their hobby changes. Right. And now they have a token heavy game. They can now add these little bits and bobs, and they don't have to drop the money unless they know they need it. So that's been really cool. That's been very well received, of course, because it's across our entire range now. Yeah. We offer that. But I think the other thing that's been really cool, which we like, is that heart cases have become something.
Well, that's the thing I want to ask you about Black Label in particular. You just did 2.0, so that when did that launch? It seems like 2.0 just came out.
We wanted to do it right before the big sale because we wanted people to take advantage of the sale and get the discount on them. So we launched it literally a week before we did the Black Friday sale. So that was mid-November, I would say. Mm-hmm. The thing about the Black Label, which was the problem from the beginning of the Black Label launch 2.5 years ago, was that they were expensive. We had partnered up with Pelican cases. We were buying Pelican cases at a reduced discount, but you don't get a huge discount for Pelican. They're the big boy on the block. They don't discount. Mm-hmm. They just say, okay, we'll give you a discount, you get free shipping, that's about it, beat it. and you say, okay, where do you want me to go? And that's just the way how it worked. And we always thought, well, you know what? There's so many good case manufacturers that make cases for people, other companies that aren't Pelican. Yes, they're made in China, but at the same time, what isn't, right?
Right.
And we thought if we can get the quality right, if they can match the quality, if they can match the durability, if we can at least put our name behind them, and they can make them to the sizes we want, not just some crap off the shelf from some other guy, we can go with it. So it took us a while to get it just right, but we did. And the factory is amazing. The people that we met that are making the 2.0s for us right now are really, really solid. It's a very professional company. They do a lot of stuff for a lot of different industries in America, everything from medical equipment to scientific stuff. You know, they make cases for everybody. So they're a very well-renowned company that makes these, and we're happy about that because they already have it built into their factory, basic day-to-day checkpoints that the actual products are going to come out looking a certain way. They're going to have a certain quality assurance to them, and all the checks and balances have been, met. Nice. So the 2.0s are really, really built in a very smart, durable, solid way that, rivals Pelican, which, I love Pelican. I used them in the military for years. I thought they were great. And there was no way for us to be able to sell them to retailers in the States because we have to offer them a nice 40 to 50% discount.
Right.
And we couldn't do that when, our margins on them was, 15%.
Right.
So now with these, our margins are high enough to where not only did we offer them to retailers at a discount where they get their retail discount on them, but the customers have seen a major change in price.
Right.
The same cases we were doing in Pelican are now 30% cheaper. Just straight off the bat.
That surprised me too. I for some reason I didn't expect them to go up, but you're right. I mean, the biggest thing I noticed was, there's some really cool form factors, like the one with wheels. That's pretty cool.
There's 3 of them with wheels now.
Oh, nice.
We only had one back before this change. We only had one case that had wheels. Now 3 of them have wheels out of the 5 we offer. So that was one of the things we told them. I said, when we make these things, I want to have wheels on 3 of them. They're going to be different sizes for different Army styles. But I really want you guys to focus on adding wheels. Somehow, I need wheels on these things. Yeah. Gamers don't like carrying stuff. So
no, they don't.
They don't. They like dragging it, and we need those wheels to be strong. We need them to be odor resistant, and we need them to be durable.
Odor resistant,
odor repellent.
Yes. They should just smell like daisies as they waft daisy. So, and you're seeing, that's what I thought was interesting was I don't think they're not so much more expensive than the soft-sided. They're close enough where you're like, wow, why don't I just get a hard-sided one? Are you seeing more people move to hard-sided? Is it because people are traveling more with their models? I mean, what do you think?
I think what's happening is people that already have Battlefoam, right, that have whatever case you name it, 432, 720, 1520, whatever. I think they already know the foam's a certain way, a certain quality, a certain style that they've dealt with our company before. They know what they're going to get with us. And when they come over to look at a hard case because maybe, GW's released their hard cases or somebody else has done something with hard cases, they come and they look and they say, oh, wow, Battlefoam does it. And, oh, my goodness, the price is right. I do need a travel case. I do need one case that's going to be my hard-sided case. So, we're not seeing a guy come and buy all 5, right? But we're seeing a person come in and buy one that fits multiple items in their collection, and then that becomes their go-to hard case for when they transfer, and fly with something or drive with something to a distant location. Now they have a solution. So that's kind of what we're seeing. I don't think we're really going to go away from the soft-sided cases because they're just easier to manipulate.
Right.
But we are going to see it going into the hard cases more often because they're attainable. They're affordable and they're attainable. And people like that.
Well, before we go on to Wild West Exodus, I do want to ask, but we wrap up the Battlefoam side of your house here. Any teasers or previews for what's coming next from Battlefoam?
Yeah, one of the big things that right now, we released a lot of stuff right before the sale because we obviously want everybody to take advantage of it. So a lot of cool kits have come out. We've got a lot of trays for $30K that we put out. We did a lot of stuff obviously with the hard cases. The 352 case came out, which was a huge thing. But no, what's coming up next, what we're going to have in the next probably 4 to 6 months is a complete and total revamp of the old trays that are dying and updating those. Now, what I mean by updating those is to fit the newer models if they've been redone. This goes for everything from privateer, basic troops to 40K troops up and down because those models have changed slightly. So a complete revamp. So that's going to actually be a 2-month process for us to dump the old, bring in the new. The other thing is a very, very deep concentration on board gaming. We're going to really try to offer another 20 to 30 board games.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Wow. So you guys know there's a million board games out there, right? And there's so many board games that are popular that we just have not gotten around to. Cthulhu Wars, for instance. They just did their second Kickstarter, and we're working with them on a little contract thing. But we want to do something, more for them. Or for that game in general, because they have the really big models. But we also want to get into things like, you're talking about Werewolf, where we did, something for cards. We want to look at some options for those type of games too. So, look, our puppies agree.
Your dogs
are my dogs agree.
Yes.
They're in.
What case would you recommend for a puppy?
Right now, the garbage can have to keep it up. Yeah, we might get that because I'm the babysitter tonight since my wife is still flying in from out of state.
Oh, that's all right.
But I have 3 chihuahuas for the audience listening. And this is extremely professional recording on my end, as you can tell. But it's better than the baby crying in the background, right?
Yeah, that's fine. So, what are so you're expanding the board game line to how many?
Expanding the board game line. We're looking at 23 new board games we want to add. That's number one. Yep. A really big revamp on the overall, old trays, bringing in new trays and updating the old trays. And really, I think the biggest thing is really going hog wild on putting more shapes in the custom tray creator, because there are a lot of games out there that people want shapes for that we just have not gotten to. So we're going to put some focus into that, so that literally anything you need you can find on that tray creator and get it up and running.
That's where the magic is, right? Because if I can go in there and find a tails, feathers, bird or whatever, I'm good. I can make my own trays, which is awesome.
Exactly. And then you don't need us. You can say, you know what? The heck of you guys, you lazy bums. I'll have to design this myself because obviously you don't know what you're doing.
Right. Well, also, exactly. Well, not just that. I mean, there's different builds and things, and some people might have multiple boxes because it's pretty much a miniature game in a box, and so it's much easier to just do that kind of thing, like you mentioned with X-Wing. So
I would have to say, like, it's almost always the custom stuff for me, because like almost every one of my trays is custom, because I have like all of my games, I want to have them customized. I want to have the different loadouts that I've got. So getting those shapes in there is clutch.
Yeah, and the one thing too is I think people forget that there are really affordable ways to store your minis through us, especially with the with the eco boxes. You have the stackers and the eco boxes now. All these box style storage solutions. I mean, they're still durable because the foam inside is durable. But at the end of the day, I mean, it is just cardboard, and that's why we sell it for peanuts. A lot of people can really use the closet in their house to create this storage stackable system and just buy these custom trays, like you said, loadouts for every single board game. You'll have your Zombicide kit, but then you got Zombicide Plague, whatever it's called, the new Plague one that just came out. And you want to separate that, because you're not going to throw that stuff in the same bin. There'll be a nightmare trying to figure out what minis go with what part of the game. So, you create these different loadouts with the foam part, and then you buy a few stacker boxes that are, $10, and you stack them up in your closet, label on the side of them, Zombicide, whatever, season 1 or whatever it is, and stack these things up to the ceiling, and you have a very inexpensive way to keep everything organized and not have your wife kill you,
Right.
So that's always nice. But that's what we're doing for Battlefoam. And, I think the biggest thing for us is that we're really, really open to suggestions and ideas. And I don't say that because we're out of ideas. A lot of times we have so many things on our drawing board, we don't prioritize properly. What we think is hot in our bubble of gamers may be completely different than what maybe the East Coast is all about, or the Northwest is all about at the current time. And those trends, we don't really know them. I mean, heck, we catch mistakes all the time. Like, hey, we had a gentleman, he was just pissed at us because we did how for X-Wing there's 3 flight stands.
Yeah.
So there's I'm just going to call them small, medium, large is what they're called now. Yeah. And then they released those really big ships. I think this was a year ago, whatever, that required that really large tile where it was kind of like 2 tiles together. With the stems, and they made like a bigger piece, right?
Right.
And so we put that on our tray creator, and we called it small, medium, large, because that's just kind of what it was. And a guy just would not stop emailing saying, That's not large. It's extra large. Name it right. What is wrong with you guys? You idiots. And we're like, what is this guy talking about? What extra large is he talking about? They're just the large. There's just 2 of them. It's extra. And I mean, he was just killing us on Facebook and messaging us. And eventually we just said, you know what, just make the daggone thing extra large. Throw it on there. I don't care what it says. Just hopefully he leaves us alone. He lives a happy life. And we did it. And the guy emailed back and said, thank you. I really appreciate it. So
it was driving me insane.
There you go.
Gamer OCD.
Yeah. He was sharpening his stiletto blade to slice his wrist. And thank God I was able to save him just in time.
So that's great. That's good news on the Battlefoam front. Sounds like things are going great there. But we gotta take to the other side of your house now, which of course is Wild West Exodus.
Yeehaw!
What's going on there? So you guys have gone through a second Kickstarter. All kinds of crazy stuff's happening. I'm not even sure I can keep up with the factions. It feels like there's a new faction every other week I go over there. So how things going over there?
It's, you know what? Here's the funny thing about Wild West Exodus. With all of this crazy stuff coming out, all these games that have come out, let's be honest. I mean, we're whitewashed with so many games.
Right.
It's overwhelming. I mean, I don't know one person that's playing more than or less than 3 game systems at any one given time. Right. Anybody I ask, it's like there's the steadfast one that you just have so much money invested in, you're just never going to not play it. You know, then there's the guy that you decided to like alienate your steadfast for, the mistress. It's like I have 7 40K armies because I effing love 40K in Games Workshop, but then they really shit the bed like 2 years ago. So then I got into Privateer Press, and now my Circle army is sitting there all painted and awesome. And then you have the third army, which is, well, I dabbled a little bit with Infinity for like 2 weeks. Or man, I really gave Blood Bowl another try because somebody released a new living rule set that I liked. So whatever, right? And that's how it's kind of like it seems. And the reason I bring that up is because we're that third game. we're not the dirty mistress, which I wish we were, right? I wish you like slapped us around, never bought us presents, and you didn't pick up your phone on Christmas because you're with your wife. I wish we were that game, but we're more like the hooker, like in the really bad part of town. You know what I mean? Where it's like the really terrible part of town where you only go when you're really desperate, you need a good high, and you're like, well, I don't care if it's
This is what happens when the wife is away.
This is what happens when the wife is
Somehow
away.
I don't think this interview would be going quite the same way if JMO was standing behind you.
I would have already been slapped. So, but no, it's just we are that third game in most everybody's mainstream lifestyle, right? In the gaming world, and I think there's times when we kind of itch our way into the second game, and there's a few guys. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, we have probably 200 customers. They're just solid, great guys, support us like crazy. But in the greater scheme of things, 200 supportive customers that's all they play is WWX. That's a peanut. In a factory of peanut butter. It's just, which is gaming, right? So we have a very small amount of footprint in the industry right now, and it's by no lack of trying, right? It's by no lack of great models because our sculptors are amazing. Our Roberto Cirillo, which I have to always give him props because the guy blows my mind on how awesome he is at drawing. You guys see his art everywhere.
Beautiful,
right? It really is. Yeah.
He's just first of all, he's such a gentleman, right? He's just a wonderful person. Great guy, super professional. I mean, he tells you, look, I'm going to get this done for you in X amount of time. It's always done, 12 hours before that, which in an industry where, or in any business where delays are like what people are expecting most of the time, to have a guy always deliver early and be professional is amazing. And, so we have an amazing team. And the products are coming out. They're great. And our second rule set that we've been working on forever is coming along wonderfully, and we have more test players this time that are involved, which is going to help the rule set change properly.
So is this like is this a full-on version 2 of the rules?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we've been working on that for quite some time.
Nice.
And, generally we've been taking notes from day one, right? You take notes as soon as you release your rule book. If you're any company whatsoever that cares about its growth, you release a rule book and then instantly you start listening to feedback because that's how you're going to make the next one. And we've been taking notes and we've been changing and erratating things and adding things to the FAQ that help people get better or understand the game better. But there's always more. You can do a lot more. I mean, right now for us, a big sticking point is the way people treat vehicles, heavy vehicles, because they're cool, they look neat. The train's really neat, and this car's really neat, and this tank thing's really cool, but it's not essential, and it's either too expensive or too underpowered or whatever.
Right.
And I mean expensive as in point cost in the game.
Yeah.
That people just tend to kind of like, it's an afterthought. And we really want our models or the vehicles to feel like rhinos. In 40K, you got to have a rhino if you're going to have a 10-man squad.
Right.
You got to have a Land Raider if you're going to bring Terminators. We really need to kind of feel like that's the mentality with our vehicles. So those are really getting a heavy look at, because I think they really need to get a good revamp so that people do feel more inclined, I guess you can say, to bring them in, to add them to their lists. But we've been doing great. The sale, we did a Black Friday sale for Wild West Texas, of course, and we did great. I mean, hundreds of orders. Not 1,400, God bless us if we could have had that. Right. But, I mean, we had over 200 orders.
Oh, great.
In 3 days. That's great. For a little, knick-knack company like us, it's awesome. And, we're so thankful because the people that play our game, talk great about it. And they have a wonderful following on Facebook on their, guys have created their own, posse pages, different, that have nothing to do with us. We don't promote it. We don't talk about it. So that's been really great. And going digital has been a wonderful thing, because now we're really going to be able to give back to those guys that are vocal.
Well, let's talk about the game. I want to talk about the digital part. So I'm with you. I love your models. Of course, I love the universe and the fluff. I love the look of what you guys are doing over there. I'm excited to hear how the new rules are coming along. But what the digital thing is interesting to me, because I have my daughter and I you mentioned the 3 games, and I would say my first game is War Machine. And that's the one I play with my daughter all the time. And I really have fallen in love with this idea that everything is digital on my phone. Like their whole app really makes it to the point where I'm just like, I don't know it's expensive to write an app, but the idea that I just have the most current rules all the time, and I can just search real quick, hit the search button and find what I'm looking for, and have all the latest cards from models. I don't have to dig a card up to find it in a play. And so how are you guys tackling the full digital version? Is it going to be PDF files? Or or how are you going to be able to, modify your card collection for the army you're fielding? How are you going to handle that?
Yeah, so here's what we're doing, okay? So the way we wanted to do it is we wanted to, first of all, the ability for people that love cards to be able to still get cards, right?
Yeah, right.
So how do you do that without printing thousands of cards that may or may not sell? Right. Well, you don't. Obviously, you cannot print. People say, well, I want to have the cards. I want you guys to do both. Well, that's not how it works. We have to do one or the other. Right. And the reason why we don't pre-print cards and have them in stock is because that wouldn't allow us to change rules on the fly and correct things and fix broken models or correct the game at all. We want the seamless transition from our current rule set to 2.0 when that does happen. We want it to be extremely seamless. Like the day you can download the PDF rulebook online, because we're going to make the 2.0 rulebook completely free of charge for everybody.
Oh, nice.
There's some breaking news for you.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to offer it for sale, of course, but we're going to do something different this time. We're not going to offer the rule book in a standard version hardback. We're going to offer a limited edition. It's going to be, a very special looking bag. When I mean limited edition, it's going to look very cool. It's going to be done up right. It's going to have a leather bound cover. It's going to be it's going to feel like
collector's edition other companies might do, right?
Yeah, it's going to feel like a super cool book, but it's also going to be expensive. So that's for the people that, got to have the rule book. They want to read all the fluff. It's going to be packed with good stories. Craig, get ready. It's like, what? Huh?
Someone's got work to do. 2016.
It's releasing April 15th. Didn't I tell you?
Wow, nice. That's awesome.
I'm just kidding.
Is it really? Because I was. Oh, you get me all excited. No. So, because
we got testing to do.
So cool. So you're going to do the new book, but how are you going to handle the digital parts?
Okay. So anyway, the digital part, right? So the whole point of it is, when we release these books or these rules online, it would be very difficult if we had to resupply all the cards to everybody. Not only do people there's going to be people that just don't go on the internet, right? There's people that check their Facebook once a week instead of every 3 hours, like probably we do. And those people, they wouldn't even notice that things changed, and they go to a tournament and they think they got this great list and they get their face smashed because none of their cards work. Right. So the way we're going to offer the digital now is everything's going to be PDF. So everything already online. If you go to wildwestexas.com and you click on the rules, you can download the entire rule book. You can get all the rules you need to play the game, if all for free. Of course, you can get all the cards of all the models that are currently out. So all of the models that people have in their hands have either been updated already or will be by January 15th. So that's our update all cards to the latest best stats. So we've already been working on that for months. So you're going to get an update on the 15th of January, which is, think how cool that is to just like Apple, right? When your phone all of a sudden gets an update, now you have this cool new feature that you never even expected, right?
Right. How
cool is it going to be for people and this is why I always tell my argument to the folks that are, so adamant about, I want cardboard cards, you bastards. It's like, well, hold on. If you had a cardboard card in your hand, how good is that cardboard card if you never play that model because its rules just stink? Right. That model sits in your closet. That card sits in the card deck case, and you never bring it out because it's trash. The model stinks or it's overpowered. Nobody will play you. Either way, you're screwed. You can't use it. So now imagine you just pop on your phone, pop on your computer, go to the page, download the PDF for it, fold it in half, put it in a page sleeve. Boom, you have a card instantly. And it's exactly up to date. It's the best version of the model that it can be. It's got the newest rules, the changes to rules, whatever it is that it did. So that's how we're going to handle the basic card portion of it. We're going to update the cards as needed. We're going to always post that the cards have been updated and which ones have been changed, so you don't have to keep printing everything over and over again. Each card for each model is individually printable. So you don't have to print out an entire sheet color with every card in the game every time. You literally go to your model, the guy you want, you print him out. Let's say you buy 5 models. You don't need the entire outlaw faction, of 20-some models. Just print the boss you have, print the sidekick you have, print the vehicle you have. 3 pieces of paper you're wasting, right? Or heck, go to Kinko's and have them do it and put it on cardstock.
Or just have them on your tablet or phone, right?
Or have them on your tablet or phone. Right. Yeah, just save them as a PDF. Save them.
I like how I'm looking at what you're doing now, and it sounds like you're doing the same thing you have now, which is pretty slick. So I clicked on your website, and I expected to get one giant PDF, but instead I got a list of links to each individual card.
Exactly.
So really cool. I can see.
What's cool, Russ, too, about it, real quick, just to touch on something because you bring that up, is it's already sized to the card sleeve size.
Oh, perfect.
So you can't mess it up. It defaults to the proper size.
So if I just click print here, it's going to print out card sleeve size. Perfect.
Yes, it should. If not, I'm going to have egg in the face. So go ahead and print. And if it doesn't come out the right size, pretend it did.
Okay. Well, I see where you're going. This is cool. Well, I would honestly, I'm a digital guy.
Oh, it's awesome.
I wouldn't print it out. I would just put them on my phone. What's cool about this though is I can then take, an Excel spreadsheet.
You're missing the point that Russ is totally digital, Romeo.
Yeah, so
he doesn't want to print anything.
I can just have
it's
these
a giant pain in the butt when you're playing him, and he has to flip through his phone to find out his stats.
Time.
I got even better news though. I'm going to touch on this because this was I'm not a digital card guy, and see a lot of people when we first put this out. Of course, you could tell somebody, I'm giving you guys all one limited edition gold coin made of 24 karat gold. I don't want gold. I want silver.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like it's free. It's already in the mail. You don't pay any shipping. It's coming. I'm not going to be home tonight. It's like, relax. It's like, so of course people blew us up. As soon as we did it, there was a few guys that said, I hate this. I want cards. Why are you not doing cards? I don't care how beneficial it is to me. So for them, I looked at it because I want cards. I like touching things. I like seeing things in my hand. And I'm an old privateer press player too. So of course that's what we're used to, right? We're also doing an army builder. So everybody knows Army Builder, the company Army Builder.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Infinity does an amazing Army Builder website. If you guys played Infinity, of course.
Yeah, right.
You go there, it looks crazy. It looks like you're like stuck in a Japanese, karaoke convention.
Right.
But it's awesome. The functionality of it is amazing. But that's Infinity, colorful, exciting, a lot of cool logos and things. Ours is going to be a little dumbed down because if you're, a cowboy kind of hilljack, you're going to be a little dumbed down kind of guy anyway, y'all. So that's kind of like what we wanted to go with. But we're also offering that. And that's really exciting because, like, for me, I've memorized the rules, right? I know what every stupid character does. I don't need to flip the cards around. I just need a place where I can tick off the boxes when guys get injured. I need to just have the basic stat line so my opponent could be like, was that a 5 or a 4? What are you shooting for? Whatever. So the army builder will allow you to simply build your posse, print it out. You can print one out for your friend and hand them over the sheet, and it will have the very basic stats for every character along with special rules.
Oh, nice.
And that's going to be free too. That's also going up. That's going to be March 1st. We're going to release that.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
So that's what's cool. It's great because now guys that don't want to print the cards because they don't want to waste the ink, they just want to have the stats. They want to mark off who dies. When they run out of boxes, when the game's over, throw that sheet in the trash. You'll have this print-friendly, cool army builder style that's really going to help everybody enjoy the game. And again, keeping it digital, keeping everything digital and easy to access.
That's very, very cool. So that's exciting stuff, Romeo.
Yeah, we really I think it's a great change.
I think it's exciting, and I'm excited about the new rule set. So I can't wait to see that. Yeah, also, but that's fantastic. So what I noticed you guys have been doing competitive play for a while. What are some of your? I mean, this is obviously your first big miniature war game. What are some of your big lessons learned now that you've been out a few years? What are some of the things you'd like? The thing no one knows about until they do this is X.
I would say, okay, so it'll kind of I have a few points to add here, but I think the one that really it goes back to the rule set thing. One of the things about the rule set for me was the speed of play. The more models you have, the slower the game gets for us. And that's one of the main things we want to correct with 2.0 is that we want people that, we call this game semi-skirmish. It's because we want it to ramp up. And really, ideally, the game plays its best when it doesn't play like Malifaux, when it doesn't play like Infinity. It's when it plays like a hybrid version of War Machine where you have, up to 30, 40 models on the table. That's when it's fun. Right. At least that's how it is for us. Now, those games, of course, those are our game days where that's all we do for work. So, we have 8 hours to goof around with these things. We don't care. Not everybody has 8 hours to game a night. Right. So we had to and have to speed that up. So and I'll give you a couple tidbits of things that we're definitely going to probably implement in the next rule set. Hired hands having one hit wound. One instant kill. Like you get hit with a certain power weapon, dead. No lifeblood, no rolling for saves. You're just dead because these are the guys that the hero goes into the town and he shoots up at the banister and the guy falls over the banister in the horse trough and the guy he's behind the woodshed and he falls into the weeds and that's cowboy western, that's spaghetti western. People getting shot everywhere. Any Tarantino movie, there's like a bloodbath at some point where hundreds of people are killed. Right. That's what we want Wild West Exodus to feel like by these heavy-duty characters, your Jesse James, your Wild Bill Hickox, and all these guys that are gunslingers. These guys are the guys that need to be out there killing these nameless morons that are running around for the wrong side or do-gooders, But so that's one major change that's going to happen is hired hands having one shot, one kill kind of ways, stat lines. And there's a way that'll be balanced, of course. But besides that, we talked about the vehicles. The vehicles had to be changed. And more than anything else is being able to move things in squads easily. Right now we have a group action that you can do with hired hands, but that group action breaks down. The mechanics of that breaks down when you're under five men per activation. So if you don't have at least 5, so now let's say you have a 5-man unit and that's all you brought. One guy gets shot and killed and removed from the game. Now you cannot squad that unit up anymore, which sucks because what if you have 3 guys and you want to get them somewhere and you don't want to waste 3 activations doing it. Right. You want to allow that in the next rule set to be able to make the game mobile and move faster. So those are all things that we're touching on. And
now that's interesting, Romeo, because you're saying, like you were saying earlier, how people are going to more skirmish games than the big army games. And one cool thing about Wild West Exodus is that it kind of like aims to scratch both itches, if you will, where you can play with the smaller model count, but there's also that group activation so that you can play with a large, like a full-scale army and keep that going. So that goal is still going to be part of your sort of mission statement for the new rules.
Absolutely. Again, it's always going to stay a semi-skirmish game, but we want that semi-skirmish game to be fast. Right. When we do model count, I think a lot of people base model count, or I'm sorry, they base a game's popularity. Now we say these skirmish games are really popular. It's not really the model count that makes them that. It's the concept of it's a game in a box.
Right.
You know, you look at Ghostbusters. There's over 100 models in Ghostbusters, and you wouldn't think that. You know, you look at Zombicide. There's sometimes, you know, if people really got all the expansions, they got 150 Zombicide models in one version of the game. You know, Zombicide 1.
Right.
So it's not the model count that I think deters people from the concept of this is my second or third tier game I'm going to play all the time because it doesn't have me putting together all these miniatures. It's not so much that. I think it's the concept of this box rule set is simplified. It's all in one place. I play it. I'm done. I enjoy the game, and then I move on.
I think you're right, Romeo. I think a lot of it has to do with not having to relearn the rules, right? So like to master War Machine, right, and be tournament level, yeah, there's all these subtle things I got to know. But the basics of the game, I mean, boosting and everything is so simple. I come back to that game, it's like riding a bike.
Right.
And there are some newer miniature games that also, once I've read the rules once and played it a couple times, I gravitate towards it because I really like it. Like one of the things that's kind of a turnoff for me for Infinity is the complexity. Like, Infinity is very complex. And even though it's a skirmish game with a low model count, I can't remember. If I haven't played that game in a month or two, I got to relearn, like, oh, crap, it's a guy with a cloaking field with a grenade. That's
Right.
And 40K kind of went that way, too, for a little bit, all these side rules. And so I think if you can get – and one of the things Craig and I really enjoyed about some of the new stuff, like Antares, is the mechanics are very simple. It's easy to get, and I'm pushing a lot of models in that game because it's unit based.
Yeah.
So I think I like the direction you're going with this, and I think a larger model count Wild West game with fast, fun rules is something that I would definitely give it some more time to. I think it's a great idea, and I love the digital thing. I think that's fantastic too because it is tricky. You know, if you've been away from a game for a while, it's another part of the thing. If I've been away from War Machine for a while, I don't have to worry about do I have the latest rules. I just fire up the app and there everything is. So if I could just,
I think that's amazing part of what they do with their Army Builder online /card display system. Right. You know, of course, we're going to get to that. That's what we want to aim to.
Yeah.
But like you had mentioned, apps are expensive to build, so we have to give people the opportunity to still build their lists in a way that they can access it right away.
Right.
If they don't want to print the cards, of course, or save them as PDFs in a folder. But the big thing about it is, I think, a lot of times customers that we have that have been a little bit negative on the idea of going digital versus having cards available is they assume for some reason that we save money in that way. But actually it's the complete opposite. We lose revenue because we make so much, and all companies do, not just us. I mean, we're not gougers in any way on what we charge for cards. I think they're 50 cents on our website. But those cards cost us a penny, to print. When we do these runs, we don't print 100 cards, like business cards. We print like 2,000-3,000 cards of each card. Mm-hmm. So, when we do these print runs, I mean, when we print 3,000, call it, a Billy the Kid card, those 3,000 Billy the Kid card costs like $65.
Right.
Divide that out. I mean, it's pennies. And we've cut that revenue stream completely out of our incoming revenue for the purpose of being able to offer a balanced game, being able to offer something to customers that is easily changeable based on feedback. And that's the really big key about it is we want the community to tell us a model is broken or a model is completely helpless and useless on the battlefield. It needs to be updated. Mm-hmm. Because if we can do that, it keeps the game fresh. It keeps the game active. It keeps people interested because now you don't really have to have a new model out to be able to feel like the game's brand new. You may be coming back to the game after 6 months of ignoring it, and you open up the rule set and we've had 2 card updates and you're like, oh my God, I can completely build a new list with this. Right. And how cool is that? I mean, there might be times we change models just for the sake of changing them. They may not even be broken. They just need to be refreshed.
Well, I think that's where you bring the fluff in. I think that's another lesson other games have done where they evolve the story. So if they evolve the story, you can actually change your characters for story reasons that actually make them more compelling or interesting, or maybe just bring you back to the table because, ooh, look, she shoots 2 arrows a turn now or something, you know?
Right. So because in the book she got a new
bow, or she went to a new
Yeah.
master and got new training or whatever she did.
Ah.
Yeah,
So
Craig, you and I have worked
Or grew bat wings.
Right.
Exactly
Or
right. I mean,
Batwing.
you and I have worked on so many different characters for Wild West Exodus together, and we've had guys get killed, come back to life. We've got guys, well, pretty much, you know what I mean?
And we've got a book coming out soon, right? With a whole bunch of people dying and coming back.
I mean, that's our thing, right? So we kill guys off, we amputate things, we put new weapons on. It's going to be
amputating is what you're all about, basically.
It's true, and what's cool about it is that now we can make those changes. Those amputations can now be put with the latest cool power claw that will smash somebody's head in, which we would not have been able to do, or better yet, we would have wanted to do, but we cannot do because it would be financially impossible,
right?
Or really logistically impossible. How do you get the cards to these people? You know, that all have this model. You know, you can look in the order book and say, oh, okay, 492 people ordered Dr. Carpathian Standard Edition. Here's their emails and their phone number. Boy, we really need to get a hold of them and let them know the new card's out. Like, that's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's going to do that. And it's going to be annoying, right? But you go on Facebook and you post, hey, Dr. Carpathian's 2.0 card, 3.0, 5.0 card is up based on the latest book that was released, Family Blood or whatever.
Yeah.
Now it's like, what? Ooh, I just read that book. Oh, my God, he got the claw or whatever the heck.
Right.
And that's huge. That's such a huge benefit for our audience who are into the fluff, who are into the story. They're into the characters. They're into the future of the game and how it's growing. And that's really what it's all about.
I think it's great. I love Roman. This sounds awesome. The direction sounds fantastic. I've been loving the models. I mean, I follow you guys on Facebook and everything, and I've been watching them, and I'm like, oh my God, these are so cool. So I'm liking where you're going with the rules. I love the digital idea. I think all this sounds fantastic to me.
Yeah, I got to get you guys a Kickstarter update, right? Because this is airing right before the Kickstarter is going to start shipping. So I'm going to make it official on your show of when things are, what's happening.
Yeah, here we go.
Awesome.
All right, take notes, everybody. Here we go.
So I'm going to go from the top and make it quick. Okay. All of the models have been sculpted.
Uh-huh.
They're all done. They're in master production, meaning all the 3D prints are done, all the sculpting's finished. Every single model has been rendered and done, and now they're just going and getting built into large batches of miniatures. And those are going to be what we're being told right now from our scheduling and everything we have. The January 22nd is when we're going to have all models in our hands. Literally, all resin miniatures complete from the first mini to XS over, so retailers can order after the initial batches go out. That'll be January 22nd. So that's like 3 weeks away. Not even that we have everything in stock. All the plastics are already in our warehouse. They've already been separated. They've already been put in the boxes and ready to ship. So they're sitting there ready to go. As soon as the resins get in and they're done, they're going to go in the boxes and out they go. Of course, all the cards have continued to be worked on, and we've been play testing them. You see some of them already on the website. There's more that are still being play tested that are, we're trying to finagle them a little bit so they're not totally broken. And those are all going to go up. Our goal is by the 15th of January. So you're actually going to be able to play test the entire range of minis you're going to be receiving just a few weeks later.
Very cool.
All of the books, all of the concept art book, the graphic novel, the more mini rule books, of course, boxes for retailers are in. Every single thing is in stock. We have everything. All we're waiting on right now, literally, is just a high production resins to get here. We already have master resins, and we have low numbers of every resin piece in the game. We just don't have the large numbers, and we don't want to piecemeal orders out to people because that's just going to frustrate everybody.
Right.
Because if you're not one of the ones that got it, you're going to say, "Where's mine?" And if you are one of the ones that got it, you're of course going to brag about it, which is going to create the other part. So. But the cool thing is we're ahead of pace. So our initial Kickstarter promise was end of March was our delivery date. And we're going to be probably first week of February. You're going to start seeing tracking numbers. So we're 2 months early.
Wow, that is
unheard of.
Not common on Kickstarter.
Yeah, if at all, right? If you even get your minis sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Some of us may still be waiting for something, yeah.
Yeah, well, me too. I have a shirt that's supposed to change colors when you work out, and the guy stole $680,000, and he has delivered nothing to anybody.
Wow.
So, yeah. Well, people were trying to murder him last time I checked. So,
well, who wouldn't murder somebody over a color-changing shirt?
Right.
No jury in the land would convict you.
No.
So we're excited because it's early, and we think the game's going in the right direction.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
The community's been very positive. We've had a lot of good feedback. The models look great. The basics are really moving along, so we're pretty stoked.
Nice. Now, with this Kickstarter, Romeo, how many factions does Wild West Exodus now boast?
Okay, so the boastage is at 10.
10.
And
that is craziness.
But see, Craig, you know as well as I do, 10 was always the amount of...
I have the proof that 10 was the goal. Yeah, absolutely.
And the funny thing about it is, when we first sat down to talk about what this world is going to entail, there was always these factions that we have now were kind of in the original first fluff piece we did.
Yep.
To some extent, right? I mean, heck, the aliens were invading before the cowboys were on the planet. Yep. So some people are like, what? The Watchers? What the heck is this? They were always there. Yeah. They were first, actually, in the Holy Order.
Yeah, and they're right there in the rule book in the very first fluff, too.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, we always wanted 10. It took 2 Kickstarters to get us to 10 because obviously the first Kickstarter only got us up to 5, and our goal was always 10. Yeah. So to be able to get all the factions out finally and have our Confederates and have the evil version of the Warrior Nation, which, oh my God, they're so cool to play. I mean, a lot of people don't know this because they haven't gotten the models, they haven't played it. A lot of people think, they're kind of gimmicky. Dude, they're just as fast as Warrior Nation, but now they shoot things too. It's like, come on, there's like the perfect hybrid. They're the chaos models. They're like the chaos Space Marines, which is great because everybody loves Chaos Space Marines. So
who doesn't?
Who doesn't, right?
No,
so anyway, but we're really stoked, and we appreciate the community and the support and the growth it's had. And slow and steady wins the race.
I think it's exciting. You guys have really solid. I mean, you have great sculpts, a great universe. You got like 10 factions now. As you iterate on these rules, at some point you're going to hit that sweet spot. It's all just going to snap together. So I think
that's the goal. That's the goal, right? That's every miniature company's goal is to find that sweet spot and not grow too big to where you can't control it and it gets out of hand, but not be small enough to where you're floundering around and you eventually go out of business, because that's everybody's worst nightmare. So, and
the most common result, probably.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Well, very cool.
You get out of hand. The next thing you know, you look in the checkbook and there's $0 and they're like,
oh no. Well, Romeo, thank you so much for the big updates on both Battlefoam and Wild West Exodus.
Sounds like it's an exciting time to be a fan of both.
It does.
It is. Thanks.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break here. We'll be back in a little bit for a game review with Romeo.
Yep.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakeland and check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com. Our shout out is to all of our wonderful supporters over at Patreon. Thank you so much for supporting the show. You too can support the show. Head over to patreon.com/the D6 Generation. It is January and it's freezing cold in New Hampshire. It is also freezing cold in Detroit, which is where I just returned from. It was the North American International Auto Show, otherwise known as the Detroit Auto Show. And what does this have to do with nerds and gaming? Just give me a second. So when you go to an auto show, they reveal a million cars. And all these cars have fancy pictures and fancy press kits. And they have all the information for you because you can't remember it all. Like, we're talking too much to remember by anybody. So they give you these press kits, and sometimes they're just little USB sticks, them not very exciting. Sometimes they're shaped like the logo of the manufacturer. Buick had a snazzy one this year. One time Toyota had one that looked like an actual stick with little branches off of it, because they're all about the green. Get it? Health, green, environmental. We'll give you USB shaped like a stick. Anyway, this year one of the cars that debuted was called the Chrysler Pacifica. It's a new minivan. It's a big deal if you're into minivans. It's big, 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 people. So I'm walking in the Chrysler booth and I see one of the guys. He's like, "Did you get a press kit?" I said, "No, I need one of those. May I have one, please?" And he reaches behind the counter and picks up this giant gray folio. Kind of looks like those old day planners that you used to have where you'd zip them up and you could shove all your junk in there back in the days before we had, electronic devices to do it for us. So anyway, I get this and I think, what is this? This is a huge press kit. What is in here? So then I walk away from the booth and I unzip it, and inside on the one side, there's a book, like a little book that has all the details and has pictures and all the information you could want as quick reference. And there's a USB drive and it's shaped like the minivan. Like how cute. You pull it apart. Oh, it's the minivan. Very, very clever. But then you look at the top of the press kit and you pull up that book, and underneath the book, there's a game board. Like a cardboard, nice quality game board that kind of has an image on it, make you think of Life, the game where you have a little path you move along. Like there's a game board in a Cars press kit? What the what? Then I look at the top and there's little tokens, and the tokens are shaped like different colored minivans. Each one is supposed to look like the new Chrysler Pacifica. And there's a 6-sided die, and they're all popped into their little foam support spaces inside of this. And to finish it all off, there's a little deck of cards, like a half-size deck, maybe 20 cards in there, 26, whatever. And the cards, you use the cards, and you use the die, and you use the little tokens and the game board, and you learn about the Chrysler Pacifica playing a board game. Like, it's a cute little game. I give him full props here. It's a full-on game. Like, you read the cards, Mom's car broke down, but, no worries. You have a Chrysler Pacifica at the ready, so you can get to your soccer game on time. Hey, move 3 spots. So they released a full-on miniature game with Chrysler Pacifica-shaped tokens and cards that are quite nice and not cheap like some of the Kickstarter games that are out there. I'm going to go with quality cards, not quite linen, but still very nice cards, and a game board so that your kids could play this. It was actually a really cute game. So it was one of those weird moments where my gamer world and my car world kind of collided. That plus the fact that Chrysler had a partnership with Star Wars The Force Awakens, and they made a series of commercials that were all Star Wars inspired for each of their brands, for Dodge and Jeep and Fiat. And the Dodge one, if you haven't seen it, people, go to my website, go to Total Fangirl, you'll see it is amazing. It's one of my favorite commercials. I don't care if it's cars or whatever, just the coolest Star Wars commercial. So I'm convinced somebody that works for Chrysler, or as it's called now, Fiat Chrysler America, is a total nerd. I don't know who this guy is. I've met a lot of the people. I haven't met a particularly nerdy guy, but someone decided they had to have a tie-in with Star Wars and that they'd make the press kit for their gigantic, huge, big reveal of the Chrysler Pacifica a board game. So I'm convinced there's a nerd somewhere. And when I find this guy, I'm going to give him a huge hug. It makes me so happy to know somewhere there's a nerd in the car business.
Hey, you know what that sound means? It's time to talk about our friend Vic the Viking.
He's coming up over the hill.
The lead man, the lead Viking, is, if you will, over at thewarstore.com. Craig, the thing about the War Store is, and I've talked about this before, not only do they carry the penultimate collection of miniatures.
Penultimate?
Yes.
No.
I don't know if that's right.
Penultimate is not no. Penultimate means the second best.
Oh, no,
that's the last.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
This would be the ultimate.
The ultimate.
Yes, the ultimate collection of
yes,
miniature
indeed. Look at that. You got a little blurb about the War Store and a vocab lesson.
Yes, and they're at almost every major miniature convention, so check them on out. Check out what's going on there, see what's happening there. Joe, go check out everything. You go to the website, really easy to get to. Great way to navigate the left-hand side. Yeah. Don't miss out on Vic's Bargain Basement, by the way.
No, there's all kinds of cool stuff in Vic's Bargain Basement. They got all the latest Infinity. Yeah. They got all the Imperial Assault. All that stuff is now available. They got all that. I just picked up a bunch of stuff of that.
And don't miss out either. Like when new sculpts for different miniature war games come out, like Privateer Press just announced a new sculpt for the Thunderhead, brand new all plastic.
Yeah? Oh, really?
When that happens, what it means is not only does the War Star carry the new version, but they put the old version on sale in the Bargain Basement.
So do they really?
Oh, yes. Unfortunately, the old Thunderhead, went on sale, already sold out because Thunderhead's still awesome. Who doesn't want the disco dancing Thunderhead? Everybody wants him. He's awesome. But again, so when they're announcing, when you hear the model companies coming out with a new one, there's an opportunity to get the old ones cheap. Just saying. And the War Store is the company that does that. So your favorite miniature company probably has stuff on the War Store very, very affordably. And the thing that makes the War Store so awesome is they are very affordable, but you don't sacrifice service for that price savings. You really are getting the best online experience possible. We are proud to have the War Store as a longtime sponsor of the show.
Long time.
And I am a happy customer. I go back there over and over again. I told you the story at Christmas time. I need to get stuff for my daughter. Last minute Christmas list editions. The War Store got it all to me quick and easy. Right there in the height of the holiday season, and she was not disappointed, and I was not disappointed.
So she could beat you in timely fashion.
She could beat me just in time for the new year, right?
Just in time for the holidays.
My New Year's resolution now is to beat my daughter at least once in War Machine. That's my new plan. So
right, let you never start that sentence without finishing it, or you'll end up in prison.
Yes, good point. So check it all out at thewarstore.com.
I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger, and this is the Hollywood Minute.
Hey guys, get my flyaway hair going here. So hey, I thought I'd try something new. I thought I would try a quick recording for the Hollywood Minute. Just happened to be in the office working a little bit of the extra overtime here, and we have a Hollywood Minute. So I thought, what the heck? I'll do a video and send Russ the MP3 file, and he can upload it for the show per normal. So hey, here's the first. Is this the first? The first one I can think of for 2016. Welcome to the Hollywood Minute. I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger. If you want to follow me, you can follow me on Twitter. I am the D6G on Twitter. And if for some reason you want to follow me work-related stuff, I'm doing more webinars and videos and stuff for people out there, like I did when I'm getting up super early. You can follow me on Rafe Granger on Twitter. All right, on to gaming stuff. So I've been playing and fiddling with my Shadows of Brimstone by Flying Frog Productions. Super great game. I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it for multiple reasons. First of all, my game crew does not own it, so that's always fun. So I have a box game that's just for me, and I already built the first set of miniatures, and I was able to get a test mission in 2016 with Dave and Andy, and they really liked it. And I took my time setting it up, which was really fun. I took my time getting everything organized, which was super fun. So it's been a long time since I've dived into a board game and had fun more than just reading the instructions and playing it. Really looking forward to getting my second session under the belt. Really looking forward to building out my characters. I'm looking forward to going on to Board Game Geek for any kind of character progression sheets. And I need a little bit of help. Like I said, I built my first set of miniatures, and we had my daughter's birthday party, and she's 8 years old, and somehow part of the birthday crew decided to play with the miniatures. They had seen them on my painting table. Wouldn't think this for third graders, but they had played with them, and they are missing. My daughter, unfortunately, didn't see them being played with, so I'm completely missing, I think, 2 sprues. Not sure the right way to go about this. Do I reach out to Flying Frog Productions support team? It's not their fault I lost them. Do I pay for the sprues? I don't know, but I'm kind of bummed because those miniatures are specific to the game, of course. If anybody has any ideas on how to do that, let me know. I was still playing Fallout 4. I was in a lull for a while, but jumped back into that. I'm in that really frustrating part of Fallout 4 where I'm not leveled appropriately. I really just want to do the main storyline, but I'm getting my butt kicked. So I know that I'm going to do these side quests, and now I'm kind of bored because I want to do the main storyline. I just want to see the story. So I'm kind of upset because my armor's not strong enough, my weapons aren't strong enough, and for whatever reason, I'm feeling that rush. I don't know why I'm rushed, but I'm just feeling the rush. So I don't know. I'm torn about that. I am missing being in an MMO. I know I keep complaining about that, and I don't know what the answer is. I'm a lifetime member of Latro. They've done some server consolidations. Maybe I could jump back in. Have a little bit of that fear of trying to can't go home again, so I don't know if I'll be bummed out with that. Thinking about jumping into Guild Wars 2. Thing with that is I'll just be all by my lonesome. Maybe I'll just wait till Diablo comes out with its expansion. I think that's anytime soon now. So I'm thinking about just waiting for that. Don't know what I want to do about the WoW expansion, but I know it may sound funny, like, well, you're playing Fallout, so why do you feel like you need to be in an MMO? And I think what I really miss is I miss that quiet chatting. I miss being able to be crafting or doing something that's very relaxing on a screen and being able to type and say, hey, Greg, how you doing? And he's like, oh, good. And, oh, I had a stressful day at work, or, just that chatting. It can be a little bit more passive, which I like, than the audio phones, the headphones or Skype or something. So I don't know, thinking about that. Also ran a great last session of D&D. Again, I'm still in the horde of the Dragon Queen. We've got the players of Greg Ivany, who has been absent due to his work. He's a very hard worker, and he's been absent. We have player Ian, who plays a halfling bard called Timber. Had a really interesting, cool encounter. It was an encounter of the evening, so to speak, and it was with another male character, which I thought was really cool, and it was part of his backstory, so I thought that was cool, and it was very fitting and very apropos, so I thought that was awesome. We've got Dave, who is Riordan, who I keep thinking is a dragonborn, but he isn't. He is a half-elf, and he has dragon blood coursing through his veins, is how he does his magic. And we have a new Ryan, we call him R2, and he is playing a cleric, and he is an elven cleric. And I felt a little bummed for him. This character is this party is so OP that they very rarely need any healing. So I'm going to have to fool with the monster mixed and the character level mix to give him a reason to heal, frankly. He picked a healing cleric, and this is his first time out playing D&D, but he's doing an awesome job. It's a very welcome addition to our party. Let's see, we have old Andy. He is playing a human fighter, and I was really happy with Andy. Andy just did a great job, like co-leading the group. He shared the limelight and let other people. He let other people and take their time in the sun, and and that's really the sign of a good leader. So I was super appreciative about that as a DM. And I think that's everybody. Yep. Rich wasn't able to make it. He plays our thief. So we are doing my own homespun version of this. And note to DMs, I had in the beginning asked for critique, and so the party was very open in giving me critiques. It didn't hurt my feelings, but it was interesting. Dave had a critique that he was a little bit didn't like the explorative nature of the inn that they were exploring. To me, as far as the story unfolded as what I know and what I want to unfold in the story I want to tell, it was a perfect dungeon. I wouldn't have changed a thing, but yet he was a little bit unhappy, and that's fine. He could be upset with a part that he felt was boring. The note I took to myself was, I'm going to agree to disagree. So point being is that sometimes criticism as a DM, don't take it too much. Take what you like. Don't take what you like. Run the dungeon that you want to run. And Dave wasn't offended by any stretch of the imagination that I didn't, agree with his point. He really agreed with it, but I didn't. And so it was fun, and it was a blast. I had a blast doing it, and finally getting the story coming to light the way I want. It's interesting. We've gone over to Waterdeep, and it's going to be interesting. It's a city adventure. I've always had a little bit of problems with city adventures because they can be so broad in scope that if anybody has any things they want to comment to me about that, I'll take that. I guess the best place for that would be the email address, which is hollywood@d6generation.com. I do get that forwarded to my personal address, so hopefully I'll get those, but I'll make a point to log into the email address proper to make sure it's forwarding properly. I did Google a couple articles, and I'm looking forward to putting those tips into play. So I'll let you know how that goes as far as doing running a city portion of our campaign. So yeah, I think that's it. Again, if you want to follow me gaming-wise, I'm the D6G on Twitter. And if you want to follow me work-wise and see any of my work videos that I'm slowly putting out there, that's Rafe Granger on Twitter. Till next time, happy gaming.
This is the Dice Tower Network at dicetowernetwork.com.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. And we've had a lot of people who've been emailing us and talking to us about Guildball. And, of course, we've been excited about Guildball since we had the Steamforged Games guys on months ago now.
Yeah, a while ago.
And it was due. It was due. We were due for a review, and Romeo is starting to play it, and he's enjoying it. So we thought it was Kismet.
It was Kismet.
Serendipity, if you will.
When Romeo said his guys have been playing the heck out of this game lately, we're like, well, this is it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So let's get started with the overview, Craig. So this is this is a miniature sports ball game, right?
Yeah.
But what's cool about it is it's first of all the miniatures are fantastic.
Yeah.
But second of all, what's really cool about it is there's no board here. You're playing it on.
It's a miniatures game.
Yeah, which I think. I'm trying to think, Romeo, can you think of another? Most of these games, while they have miniatures in them, usually have some kind of board with, spaces marked on them. Like I'm thinking Dreadball and Blood Bowl. This is one of the few ones I think that has no grid or anything.
Right. When you throw the sport part in it, it's when you see grids or boards because you need to keep people in an arena, if you will. Right. These guys have figured out a way at Guildball to still keep everybody kind of going at, let's call them pylons, right? Whatever you want to call them, goals or, whatever the base that you're trying to score a goal against, right? The post. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everybody is still kind of getting to that point. So you really can't run out too far away. Well, limitation of movement, of course, but the point is to get goals, right? So you don't want to be running around too far off the board. So it's really smart. I mean, not that any other game wouldn't be designed the same way because you have to score in a certain area. But, look at Blood Bowl, for instance, right? You have an end zone. You have to – it's like symmetrical, if you will, right? You have to get down this area. You're trapped in it. And there's only back and forth. With this, you get a little go all the way around the damn thing, which I really liked.
I like that.
It's really cool.
And what's also really interesting about this is that you can have terrain on the table.
Yes.
So all these other sports games, I mean, they're usually in arenas that are predefined. There might be some sections where you can't move or maybe a post or something, but this is like, hey, you can set up a terrain like you do for any of the miniature war game. You want to be playing Guildball in a city? Fine. You want to play Guildball in the woods? Sure. Whatever. Which is really cool.
We played a really cool one, what we are imagining, because we got we have the mats, two of the mats.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we did is we took the kind of like the more dressed up. Do you guys have the mats? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've seen them.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, so there's a mat where it looks like a pitch. It's just grass, and then it's got like kind of what would look like a painted Guildball logo in the center. And then there's one where it's more artistic, looks like an arena, right?
Yeah.
So we did the arena, which we used the actual parameters of the arena, which it gives you on the board. But we threw boxes everywhere, and our actual goals are just boxes and barrels stacked on top of each other. And what we were imagining is these guys are just in a warehouse,
right?
On the dock somewhere,
right?
In this shady town, kind of like Gangs of New York style, right?
Right.
And they met down here, and they're it's after work, and some people have been talking a little garbage, during work hours. And it's like, okay, bring your blades and your balls, and we'll see you in the warehouse on Pier 2, right?
Nice.
And that's kind of how we played it, and that's a lot of fun. I mean, that's the cool part about this game is that aspect, because like you guys just said, there's terrain, and we have stacked boxes in the way, and that helps movement. Certain characters really utilize that to get about and score or defend or whatever. So that's
really
cool.
adds a lot of depth to the replayability and stuff. So and this game just came out last year, released by Steamforged Games. And Craig, what's the price point of this thing? Is it super expensive? What do you think?
Well, it's a very low model count game, Russ. Mm-hmm. So it's not going to be overly expensive. You're going to be looking at paying about $34 for the rule book, which is a beautiful full color rule book with lots of fluff in it and very cool layout, very different from most other games. And then every one of the teams, of which there's a bunch, has a $34 starter set that comes with 3 models, and your ultimate team is only going to be 5 models and a mascot is the largest team that you field. So if you got those 3 models, and then you're talking, so you're in this game for less than $100, complete with your whole team and everything.
Nice. So it's not too bad, and so and again, they make many more models than just 5 per faction, but you're going to pick which
make some choices.
And we'll talk more about that later. Let's dive into the rule book here. What did you guys think, Romeo, when you first saw the rule book for this game? What did you think? What kind of impression did it make?
The one thing about it is I being in the miniatures wargaming business now, if you will, is I just looked at it and I really liked the layout. I thought it was very concise. I thought you can flow through it pretty quick. And I did like the fact that all the fluff is kind of in the back. That's kind of neat. Kind of the character descriptions and their fluff, right? So you find a character, Brick or whoever, and you read their fluff, and it's in the back, and it's kind of like this. It's got this little bit of their hit points and their abilities and whatnot, like a card would, but it's all kind of stuffed in the back. But I like that because you know what? It's that technically, if you want to just grab the game, play, and have fun, that's secondary, right? You don't care about the fluff,
right?
And if you're a diehard, then yeah, you're definitely going to spend the time to go back there and read all the good stuff at the end, where all these guys do and their backstory and whatnot. So I really like that part of the rule book. The graphics, the artwork is excellent.
Yeah.
Really well done. I love the color work. It's just really gritty. It's got a real nice. It's kind of a unique look. It doesn't really fit any of the art styles that we've seen from the typical gaming companies, Games Workshop, Privateer, and the big dogs. They have a different style altogether. You guys know Privateer is really bright and vibrant, right? Games Workshop, a little grit, but again, the lines are real sharp on all of their artwork. And for these guys, I really find it to be cool because it just seems to be it's a different style of art, which I really like. The one thing I do have to tell kind of anybody that's going to get into Guildball is highly, highly recommend. It's a wonderful book. Get a spiral binded right away, before you even really start digging into it. And I know some people don't like to do that because they cut off the very end of your book, the spine of it. But what we found with all of ours, we have 3 books that run amongst our group here, and all of us, kind of like we open it, we check the rules, we're going back and forth to different places, and we've seen some of the pages kind of come unglued and come out, which you just have to be a little careful with so you don't lose anything. But spiral binding really takes care of that, and it's like $6 at Kinko's or. And
that's a shame too, because the book definitely makes an impression. I mean, it comes inside of a sleeve, so it's inside the sleeve. Yes. And you pull it out, and you're right, Romeo. The art style is very distinctive, and you just open it up, and the book is full color, and every other page has got almost full page art on it. And you're right. While it's mostly rules up front, there's every once in a while you got a double-sided, double-facing page of like full story.
It reminds me of Malifaux, actually, the way the fluff is, because the fluff is woven through the whole thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, here's some fluff, and okay, so here's like movement and this stuff. Here's some fluff, and then unlike it does sort of it almost out Malifaux in that the original Malifaux rule books, of course, had one overarching story that went through the entire rule book, and each year that rule book had like one big story that was revealed through all these little bits and pieces. The Guildball rule book has that. It has a cool story, but it includes more than, it includes almost every one of the factions and the teams, and they're all woven together through these little bits and pieces that you learn as you go, and then it ends with this big piece where you're like, oh my God, what's going to happen? So it's really cool the way they've integrated the fluff into it. And then at the front, of course, you've got all the history and how did Guildball develop and where is this game taking place. And they've basically created a really nice, like, 3-dimensional fantasy world, although there are no other fantasy races yet. But who knows?
That's all right. But also, as a reference book, it works great as well. There's a nice table of contents and a full index.
And a nice index,
So really easy to reference, and the rules are very clear. So really, they did it. I think it's solid. I think it's a solid entry. I think for the price point, about $35, it's worth it. What do you guys think? So the second biggest thing of a miniature game, of course, I'd say equal to the rules, is the models. What do you guys think when you started looking at the models from Guildball? What did you think, Romeo? What were some of your impressions when you started looking at the actual poses in the models?
I don't know about you guys, but I just like metal models, man. I've always been a fan of metal models. I feel like you get some for your money, number one. I feel like the detail is better. Now, I obviously know it's not because we do resin, and resin really captures detail excellent. That's why we did it for Wild West. Yeah. But every time I play a new game or try out a new model set, and it's metal, man, I really like it. I enjoy the weight. I think it is. I feel like once you put the paint on it, it's going to last. It's going to be solid. So I really enjoyed that about them. I thought the variety was unique enough. The one thing, my only mini gripe, and it's just a mini gripe, is they're very combat orientated looking, and there's very little sportiness to their look. Mm-hmm. I think as they release more models and as they do more with the models, I think if they just maybe add a little bit more of the sports side of it, right? Because it is a sports game. Yeah. I think if they just did that a little more, and again, I couldn't tell you exactly how they can do that, but maybe some more shoulder pads kind of thing if it's a football style of game, right? Or shin guards or these kind of things that really kind of portray a sporting team, at least for individual factions. Because right now it really does feel like a combat game with, of course, the aesthetic of scoring goals, which is great. I just think if they just on a few of the models, doesn't have to be all of them, just a few, throw in some more sporty ones in there. Because I think they'll go a long way to capture back to the sporty part of it.
I had noticed that till you mentioned it, but you're absolutely right. That is sort of interesting. They are all, if you did not know it was a sports game,
you would never know.
You would just think these were cool. I mean, I love the poses are very dynamic. I love the poses, but you're right. They look like they're either fighting or maybe giving orders.
Now, remember when we had Matt and Loxam on from Steamforged Games, they actually said that they did that consciously to try to make their models more attractive to other game system players. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So like they could get more use out of those models, and the models would have more of a market. Now, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And can I give a shout out to both those guys? I've actually had an opportunity to talk to them because we've done some Guildball foam and things, and we're actually working with them right now to do a contract deal to be able to become their official bag company. So that's a little spoiler, but we just wanted to get through the holidays before we finalized anything official. Moral of the story is we've been doing the foam for them, and they've been kind enough to allow us to make the toppers and things with their actual logos on them until we do finalize everything. So moral of the story, the reason I bring that up is wonderful people, right? It's one thing to meet guys that are business minds, but it's another thing to meet guys that are just good guys.
Yep.
And in this industry, there's a lot of jaded folks that are in the miniature world, for various reasons. And it's neat to find a refreshing crew of guys that are just nice dudes. Yeah, that was really exciting. We've really appreciated their time that they've spent talking to me and the time that they've given to us to help develop something cool for their minis. So that's really neat.
Cool. So we like the models. We like the rule book, and we'll talk about how the rules work in a minute. But Craig, as I like to say, your area of expertise. What about the fluff? What about the story? I mean, it is a sports game, but still, you need a little meat in there to really know why these guys are playing ball.
I think it's very, like I said, it's a really well developed fantasy world. You're playing in the Empire of Free States, and you find out what that's all about, what the Free States are, and it's not too much. It's not like a history book, and it's just pages and pages and pages of dry facts. You get this cool thing, and flowing through this whole thing is the power of the guilds slowly rising as the governments are kind of like not really doing their job. And then the guilds using Guildball as a way to sort of ingratiate themselves with the masses and consolidating their power. So you really have this kind of cool political thing going on in the background of the book, which is directly tied to the story that arcs through the entire book. So I think it was just really cool the way they did that and the detail they got into it. Of course, at the same time, like Romeo said, you get stories about individual players. You get stories about the teams. A lot of the different little stories are from different points of view of the different characters. I just thought it was really neat. And I really like the way that it was one major story arc that kind of moved the season forward. And like they called this, the book is called Season 1. And they've already started releasing models for Season 2. So they've already said, and the book just bears this out, that they're moving forward. They're not just going to be stagnating, and the game doesn't happen in a vacuum. The characters are dying. Like there's already in the first book, they've killed one of the characters that you can buy to play on your team.
Right.
Which I think might be a record.
Who else does that?
I think that's a well, I don't know. Maybe there's some dusty cowboy game might have done that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did we kill somebody in the book? I don't know.
We kill a lot of people. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, later on.
Bloodbath.
But yeah, I mean, I think the way they did the fluff was extremely well done, fun to read, and at the same time, nicely separated out from the rules, like Romeo said. So if you're interested in just getting to the rules, they're very easy to find in the book. Graphically, they've been laid out in a great way. Like, it's story because it looks like it's on old parchment, and it's like it's like a border of old parchment. And then you've got the rules. The rules are not packed in tight on every page. The font's nice. The size is big. I just think it's a really well done rule book, and the fluff is very well integrated into that.
All right. So the next part about these miniature games is you got to have a good selection of factions, especially in a sports game, because if we learned anything from Blood Bowl, I think a large part of Blood Bowl's success is the fact that there's so many different teams and they all play so differently. And, there may be the balance issue here and there, but who cares because there's so much good variety. So let's talk a little bit about the teams. And Craig, I'm going to give you that 30-second rule again. So are how many guilds? So they're all, obviously it's Guildball, so different guilds are fighting, right?
Yes, yep.
And how many different guilds are in this game?
There are 8.
8 different guilds, all available now. So you can, if you're interested in playing Season 1, you got 8 different teams to choose from.
Yeah. So and all of them have more than the minimum number of models you need to field a team, so you can make some choices, have some depth on your bench.
So talk about each guild a little bit, and then maybe what their play style is.
Like very, very. I've seen the alchemists play. The alchemists are cool. They've got they throw lots of really cool like little bombs.
Potions.
They're into area denial. Basically, they've got a lot of area effect weapons that I've seen. Then there's the butchers. The butchers are brutal, as they would be, and are really good at taking out people in hand to hand, which is one way to score in the game. So one game, the shortest Guildball game I've ever seen was Butchers versus Masons. The Masons were all busy trying to score, and the Butchers were just like, wham, you're down, wham, you're down, wham, you're down, and 6 of those and the game's over. So the Butchers are really hard hitting. The Brewers are they also have a lot of knockdown stuff. So the Brewers are really cool with like area denial. They they can get in there and control your movements by knocking you down. The Engineers have a lot of range. They probably have more range than anybody else. Then the Fishermen are super fast and maneuverable, and they're really good at ball handling, but they're not very in your face confrontational violent, so they don't have a lot of damage output. The Masons are really good at generating momentum, which you really need. We'll talk about that later in the game.
They're also very tough. The Masons take a lot of
and they're very tough. Yeah. They're very, very tough. They're durable. They're a durable group. The Morticians are very good at sort of subterfuge and confusion and taking away your ability to like messing with your play at just the right moment. There's a bunch of different rules and abilities they have.
I would call it hoodoo. They're full of hoodoo.
They are full of hoodoo. And then the Union is kind of like the collective. They're the sort of the mercenary faction. So they're exactly the mercenary faction. You can field the Union as a team, or you can field the Union various models with your various teams. And just like a lot of games, there are models that will play with one team but not with another team and stuff like that. So each one seems to play very differently. Strengths and weaknesses. I believe the only one that has not won a tournament at this point is I want to say the Alchemists or the Engineers. Yep. There's only one, and the guys at Steamforged are awesome because they offered bounties for the first people who won like with their team, and the only one that's been unclaimed is this last one that's either the Alchemists and the Engineers, and I can't remember which. So every one of these has actually won tournaments somewhere around the world. So
Romeo, you played quite a bit with your local group. Have you found the faction balance to be pretty good?
So, that's the funny thing is, Sean used to work for us. He's moved to Australia with his lovely wife.
Yes.
He's now like a podcast talk show host for Guildball. I don't know. He started all I know is next thing you know, he's telling me all about how great he is at Guildball. I'm like, what are you talking about, guy? We don't even know what this game is. I hadn't even known what it was at the time. And then he kind of got us going into it, and we looked into it, and sure enough, contacted them and so on and so forth. The story moves along. And we've been playing. We've had an opportunity to play only, I'd say, a little over a handful of games. So we haven't played a lot. Whereas Sean plays, I think, 3-4 times a week easily, and then does the show. His complaint is something that we've noticed is that of course the team I pick, the Engineers, or the faction I pick, the Engineers, they're like the weakest one. I don't know what the heck happened. They look the coolest to me, but I tend to get my butt kicked a lot. And I don't even know why, to be honest with you, because I'm still kind of getting the gist of the game. I seem to always get myself outmaneuvered, and then I'm scrambling, and then by the time I get done scrambling, it's too late. So I found the game to be somewhat balanced, I think, if you know what you're doing, because then you can pick out the strength of each faction, of course, and be able to use their strength, like you guys are pointing out, all the different strengths and weaknesses of the factions. If you know what you're doing, I think this is one of those games where you really need to not just pick up a faction. You need to pick up a faction, and then you need to read the book cover to cover, so you learn what the other factions really do. Because if you guys were right about, you only need 3-4 models. I mean, we normally don't play more than 5 models ever, right? We've mostly played 3-4 models, and that's just to make the games quick and have fun. But you can easily find yourself encompassed in just your specific faction, learning your guys, being good with your guys, and then running into a faction that somebody just picked up that nobody in your group had, and just getting turned inside out.
Right.
Because they're varied quite a lot. I would highly recommend to anybody that's going to get into Guildball is to really take your time and read the book, because you need to know almost as much about your opponent as you know about your own models.
And it's very similar to Malifaux and War Machine in that there are a lot of character synergies in different teams and special abilities on the cards, and there's combos, and that you can get, much like War Machine and Malifaux, you could all of a sudden get surprised by a new faction because they've got a combo that you just had never seen anything like that before, and it totally throws off your plans.
Right.
And they really do. They all have different things that can mess with you, and it's like, whoa, I didn't even wow, what happened there? So, but it's part of the fun and part of discovering the wonderful universe, and gives the replayability as you figure the game out. So, all right, cool. So let's talk about how this plays a little bit. First, let's talk about the pregame stuff. So you got to build a team, you got to build a plot, you got to figure out where you're going to play surface is going to be. So Craig, how do you go about building a Guildball team? Do you figure out how many points you're going to have, and then your
it's
org chart?
Funny you should mention that, Russ. This game has no points.
All right. So it's an Age of Sigmar,
so
then.
It's just like Sigmar.
Right. No.
Age of Sigmar. Not even close.
No.
Okay, so you're going to start with a captain. You need a captain, and the captain is going to dictate who can be on your team.
All right.
You can only field players who can play for the team that captain represents. So the captain represents the guild. 99 out of 100 times, you're going to be fielding members of that guild also. But occasionally, you'll find a union player that you'll want to draft into your team, and you have to make sure that union member is willing to play for the guild that the captain represents.
Now, Craig,
sorry
to interrupt you, but do they have more than one captain per team right now, or is there only one?
Currently, there's only one captain.
Because there's an opportunity here too. Because each of the captains, and it seems like only captains so far, have a once per game ability, kind of like a feat in War Machine.
Called a legendary play.
Yes.
Legendary play.
Exactly. And they also have other synergies too. So it feels to me like if and when they get other captains, and I'm sure Season 2 will bring some more out per faction, by changing your captain, it will be very much like changing your caster in War Machine, and that is your team's playstyle will change dramatically with that change,
right.
It seems like.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, which is cool.
So we've been talking about variable player size, player count, and so the recommended starter game size is a captain and 2 other models. Mm-hmm. And the cool thing is there's no point value, so it's up to you to try to come up with a team of 3 that's going to be synergistic, that's going to work well together, that's going to have enough stopping power to stop the other guy, but at the same time enough aggression and ball handling to score. And so there's actually the fact that there are no points doesn't make it easier to come up with a really hardcore team. In my mind, it makes it harder because you have very little guidance, especially if you don't know anything about soccer or football. Like, do I want 3 strikers or do I want 3 fullbacks or like what do I want? So in a starter game, you're going to have the captain and 2 guys, and in any full size game beyond that, you're only going to have a captain, 4 other guys, and the mascot. And the mascots are cool; they run around, do all kinds of cool stuff.
Have you guys played with mascots yet? We haven't done that yet.
Yes, yeah.
Is it fun?
I mean, it's just another model. They're slightly less powerful than
some of them are robots. Romeo, robots are awesome.
Right, you get a robot. That's very true. They're slightly less powerful than the other guys, but there's also always every team has 1 or 2 models that really synergizes well with the mascot. So if you can look at your cards and put that together, that's a good idea. And then some really cool stuff happens. Like I have the Masons and I have the morticians, and so the morticians have this bird that flies around and he marks you, and then it's easier for everybody else to hit you because he's flying around your head. And the masons have this monkey that goes around and he mocks you to the point where you have to attack him in it instead of anybody else because he's enraged you. Right. And so they're kind of like, they're cool sort of support models in that way.
Now, you can't have more than one player with the same name, right? So you can't bring...
Correct, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
They're all unique models.
So they're all unique. So but what's interesting, and Craig, you alluded to this, is that what they've done, which is sort of cool, is if you want a fast guy that can get down the field quickly, generally he's not going to be the guy that can take a lot of damage or dish a lot of damage, but he may have really good ball handling. Right. So do you want to take 3 of those guys and be really nimble but not be able to take any damage? Or do you want to be like, take a couple of the heavy hitters, but now they don't really handle the ball very well, and are you really going to be beating people up, or are you going to be scoring? And so you do... What's cool is the guys with cool powers to like mess with the other team generally aren't great ball handlers, or maybe they are okay ball handlers, but they don't have good armor, and they can't take all the damage. So the balance is really in that nobody's good. There's not like a jack of all trades player that does it all for your team. You got to really choose what you're going to have, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, like I said, most of the teams only have 1 or 2 extra players available right now. But when you add in all of the options from the union, you do really have a lot of things you can look at if you're interested in getting a team that's different from everybody else's or whatever.
So after you get your team built, now you got to do your plots. What are those, Craig? How does that work?
Well, Russ, there's this deck of 12 cards, and they are called Guildball Season 1 Guild Plots. And each player gets 5 cards dealt to them secretly. They choose 3 of them, and they have those cards throughout the game. They're all one-use, one-time events, basically, that will allow you to gain an advantage in the game, or stick it to the other player when he least expects it. For instance, let me find one. Knee slider. Requirement, a friendly model scores a goal. Reward, before the subsequent goal kick is resolved, the model that scored may immediately make a dodge up to their max move. So you're going to be able to move to try to react to where that ball is going to go. So every one of them has a requirement, and then it has a reward that gets triggered by that. It's really easy to forget these. Russ and I both forgot ours when we were playing. It's like it can be frustrating, but there's a lot. There are some really cool cards in here. So you're going to get 5, and then you choose 3.
I don't think they give victory points, right? They just generally give you an advantage.
No, they give you an edge, yeah.
So there's really only, and we didn't say this, there's really only 2 ways to score victory points in this game. Yes. But you should think about that in building your team, because one of the ways is to actually kick the ball into the goal, which scores 4 points, right?
Yep.
Or taking a player out of action, an opposing player out of action, scores you 2 points, right?
Correct.
So that's the way you win. Now, in the different game lengths, the only difference in game sizes is A, the number of players, and B, the number of points you need to win, right? So in a starter game, it's, 6 points? In a medium,
6, yeah.
6. And then a medium game is 8, and then a large game is 12 points.
Yeah.
So you could go the route of, I'm going to kill the other guy's players and try to get victory points that way and build a team that's all heavy hitting. But the other team, if they're nimble and can stay out of your way, they can score very quickly on you. So there's some tough decisions to make there.
Yeah, you really need to try to be well-rounded.
Yeah.
Or at least play to your strengths.
And then finally, we got to set up the field. So Romeo gave that great idea of like a warehouse with crates all in it. What are your options there, Craig?
Well, for a starter game or a small game, you're looking at a 2x2, and it can be anything. That's the cool thing. So a lot of people who have Malifaux, 3x3, the actual game is supposed to be on a 3x3 space. So any of your full-size games or any game that you want to do, you can do a 2x2. The cool mat that Romeo's talking about actually has a 2x2 mat built into its design. So it has the middle section is like all marble flagstones at 2x2. And then the outer area is more sandstone with all the different guild logos planted into it. And then there's all cool little details like these neoprene mats often have nowadays. But so that mat has the 2x2 and then the 3x3, and then the big grass one is just 3x3. But a lot of people have Malifaux to play Malifaux. They have 3x3 surfaces, 3x3 tables, 3x3 mats, and any of those is valid also. So it's really cool. And then the book has all the different terrain in it. So you can have forests, you can have buildings, you can have barricades. You can have ice, you can have water, you can have swamps, you can have all kinds of cool stuff.
Nice.
So you can do whatever you want, which is awesome. So you got your field set up, and now we're ready to play, right? Pretty much.
Yep, now we're ready to play.
So the game is divided into really 4 major phases, and these are integrated phases. So basically it means that both players will be doing things in each phase. First up is the initiative phase, and this seems pretty simple. There's a nuance to it, though, right? So both sides roll a D6, and you add any leftover momentum points to your die roll, right?
Momentum is huge. We'll talk about that in a bit.
We will. But so basically, if you have any unused momentum points, which is one of the 2 major resources in the game, that will add to your initiative roll, which is good because then you're going to get a chance to go first. Then what's going to happen is there's the maintenance phase. Now, this phase is kind of like the control phase in War Machine in that we're going to be allocating the second major resource in the game, influence, to our models before we start activating anybody, right?
Yep.
So the amount of influence you get is based on the models you chose for your teams. There's another game balance issue. Because if you look at your cards for each player, and every player you chose for your team has a card, this card indicates on it how much influence they contribute to the team for the round. So you're going to add up all those numbers, and you might get a number that's like, 7, 11, 12, whatever the number is for your particular models you chose, right?
Right, yep.
And then you're going to choose, before the game starts, you're going to get some tokens or something to represent your influence. And then what you're going to do is you're going to start allocating that influence to the different players for this turn.
In the maintenance phase.
In the maintenance phase. And these are very important. There's also a number on your card that indicates the max influence you can put on a guy. So even though I might have 11, one model might only have a max influence of 3, another might have a max influence of 5. So I can pick where I'm going to do that. Now, influence basically powers most of the things you're going to do in a turn, very similar to Focus and War Machine, in that all you're going to be able to do if you don't have the influence is move a basic distance, right?
Walk. Yeah, you're going to be able to walk a little bit.
You can't run without influence. You can't charge without influence. You can't throw the ball without influence. You can't
kick the ball.
Or kick the ball.
Kick the ball.
Yeah, they call it kick. You can't handle the ball. You can't beat a guy up without influence. So basically, if you want to do anything, you better put influence on a dude, right, Romeo?
That is correct.
All right. So that's the maintenance phase. And the cool thing about getting initiative first is if I have lost initiative or one initiative or whatever, then I've got to put my influence down first, right? So Craig's going to get to see where I'm putting my quote unquote focus for the round, right?
Ooh, I see what you did there.
All right. So that's the maintenance phase. Now it's time to activate. And this is going to be you go, I go. So if I won initiative, then I've got to activate a model.
Model by model.
Yeah. So I'm going to activate a model. And then after I'm done activating that model, then Craig will activate a model, and we'll go back and forth until all the models have activated, right?
Yep.
So what do you basically do when you activate a model, Romeo?
Well, let me do this because I want to point something out. As you were talking about this, something I got to defer this to Greg or Craig, so I want to ask him what he thinks. Doesn't this seem a lot like Wild West Texas? Doesn't it play a lot like it? It does. It sounds funny. But every time I hear you guys talking about the game and listening
with the influence,
with the influence and the alternating, activation back and forth, and kind of just the whole, we don't really call it having the tokens as far as how you put those out to your team, or in this case, your team in this case, and ours, your posse, the way you distribute that stuff out, your influence pool, it has that very similar kind of cool feel to it. So that's why we've kind of liked it, is because it wasn't that far fetched,
right?
On the way
from what you're used to,
from the way you're used to. So that's one of the things I just wanted to point that out when you were talking. So anyway, go on. What?
Oh, sorry. So, I'd ask you, Romeo, what do you do in a typical activation? Like what when you go to activate a model, how does that work?
Okay, well, so because this is what got me in trouble with Infinity. Remember when we had Infinity, right, guys?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Remember what happened to me with that?
Yeah.
So I'm going to put it out there, everyone. I've only played a little bit over a handful of games, so I don't want to hear any negative Nancy's emailing me telling me you're mad at me because I don't know this game inside out, because I am not an expert. So I'm telling you again, I said this last time during Infinity, I still got yelled at by everybody. But I'm just, I'm just throwing the game. I mean, like any other game, right? So you're going to have your movement ability, but like you guys had said, everything has to be done with influence, right?
Yeah.
So, or you have to build momentum to really do the cool stuff. So, I mean, when you first activate your model, you got to pick the model you're going to go with, of course. And then that model finishes its turn based on its so we got, because it's based on, I'm looking at the card here. As far as movement, it's going to have a short movement, which is kind of like their walk, right? And then they have their run. Or their full out sprint movement, right? And if I'm not mistaken, you can't do the sprint one, right? Unless you have momentum.
Yeah, you have not momentum,
influence.
So what you're influence. So what you're going to do is you're going to say, I'm going to walk this guy. Let's say his movement is 6/8, right? You can say I'm going to walk him 6, or I can sprint him 8. And when I sprint him 8, I've got to spend an influence, right?
Yeah.
Now, also, I could charge him, which basically means sprinting, but also ending in base contact with an enemy, or within an inch, of an enemy.
Yep. And getting an attack.
If I do that, I get bonuses to my attack. So it's like charging in War Machine, but I got to spend 2 influence for that, right?
Yeah.
So there's different actions I can do. And essentially what you're doing is you're declaring what the guy's going to do for his activation, and then you're doing it and spending influence. And let's say I charged Craig. So there's an example of what I can do. There's all kinds of things you can do. So let's say I'm going to charge Craig's guy. So I spend 2 influence for that. I charge him. I make my attack, which is basically there's a stat on the card that tells me how many dice I roll. Everything's D6, by the way. And I'm looking for a success on each roll, which is the defense value of Craig's model. So let's say Craig's model's defense value is 5, and my guy's attack is 4. So I'm going to roll 4 D6s. Every 5 I roll is a successful hit against Craig. However, if I've charged him, I got plus 4 dice, right? Is it plus 4? I think so. So I have 4 more dice to the roll. So that kind of thing happens. Now, we'll get more to damage later in a minute. But then that's how that happens. Now then, after I've done that, if I've still got influence on my guy, I could spend another influence to attack again. Again, kind of like Focus and War Machine. So I can say, okay, I'm going to attack you again. And if I've got more influence, I can keep swinging at you. Or maybe I want... But the other thing that happens is there's abilities on the back of the card. So I might have a character that lets me... have another character move 2 inches. Or I might have ability that says, throw a bomb at an opponent, that within 8 inches of me, or make my opponent be confused for a turn or whatever. But that's going to cost me influence as well. So it's very, very similar to Focus in that most of the stuff you want to do is going to cost some amount of influence to do it.
Yeah, so, but it's everybody gets it.
Yes, but everybody can use it. Yep.
Did you guys mention that there's a maximum amount of influence a model can have? Do you guys point that out?
But that's good to remember. There is a maximum amount. And so that's another part of balancing your force is that you can take some of these really heavy hitters, but maybe they don't throw a lot of influence in your overall pool. So what you're going to find after you play a game or two of this, that who you pick for your team, there's so many choices there and so many really, really tough decisions you got to make. But I really like this influence mechanic because I like that part of War Machine, and it really requires you to it almost feels like you're play calling in a sport, right? Because you're at the start of your turn, you're kind of going to be like, okay, here's what's going to happen, right? So my leader, she's going to go get the ball and pass the ball. So I probably need like 2 influence on her to do that. And then this receiver is going to need to sprint to be down to to be able to be there to pick the ball up after she kicks it. So I better go ahead and put 2 on her. But then, of course, as you start to play the play, something happens you don't expect. I activate my leader, everything goes fine, but then Craig activates his guy, steals one of my guy's influences, gets some crazy hoodoo going on, and that throws my whole game plan off. And so now my play is totally broken up, and I got to try to see if I can salvage it. So it feels very sporty to me. It feels like that mechanic works really well in my mind as you try to. It very very much feels like I'm trying to figure out a play for the round.
Yeah.
So that's cool. So that's influence. Now and that's the activation phase, and really the second biggest. And then the last thing is end phase, which is pretty much a cleanup phase, so not much exciting happens there. But one other big resource is momentum. And what's really interesting about momentum is the fluff behind this is sort of like, in any sporting event, you watch it. The announcers always say, every single sport, it does not matter the sport. Oh, looks like the Patriots really have the momentum now, So there's definitely this perception that in sports, as you do better, things go your way more. And so momentum is...
Well, it's also the crowd.
Right. So momentum is in the game capturing that element. And as you do certain things, so if I do certain kinds of damage in combat, or if I successfully complete a pass, I gain a momentum point. Yeah. And then I can spend momentum on different things in the turn. Now, if I end the turn with unspent momentum, that becomes bonuses to my initiative roll next turn. But there's so many cool things to spend momentum on. Like, for example, you cannot shoot at the goal and attempt to score unless you have momentum, because shooting on the goal costs you an influence and 1 momentum, right?
Right. Yep. And remember, it resets at the beginning of a turn, so you cannot you can't make a shot on goal as you can't position yourself in one turn for a shot and then start the next turn making a shot on goal, because now you're going to need to generate at least 1 momentum all over again.
Yeah, you literally find yourself in the start of a turn going, oh my God, I can shoot, but I got to get momentum first. Who can go beat somebody up?
Yeah, exactly. And the cool thing is, if you look at it, and one of the many things I love about this game is the way theme is tied into this really important aspect, this momentum aspect. If you look at what generates momentum for you, it's what will please the crowd.
Right.
So what would make the crowd cheer? Oh, if you pass it successfully, yeah, they're going to cheer. If you score, yeah, they're going to cheer. And then if you look at their playbooks, the things that are going to, like, every player is going to create momentum through doing different things. Like Harmony, for instance, from the Masons, she generates influence by or momentum by stealing the ball. Other people will generate momentum by doing damage. So everybody's got these really cool sort of themes to each player's play style that's going to indicate or be shown in how they're creating momentum.
It's very cool.
And then the momentum rolls in and helps the whole team.
Yeah, it's like the crowd wants to see the players do what they're famous for.
Exactly.
Kind of thing. So you're rewarded for playing the players that style, which also again goes back to your play style and who you pick. Because if you're more of a beater upper than a ball handler, don't pick a player who gets momentum from handling the ball, right? So, in just some examples of what you can do with momentum, obviously shooting's one of them. Counterattack is another one. So if Craig attacks me, then I can spend momentum to hit him back. Yeah. There's also, you can basically heal with momentum as well, which is huge. You can take on defensive stances. There's heroic plays for characters, which are basically super abilities, which also require momentum. So there are all kinds of different things you can do with momentum. And so it's really a resource that you find. And you know it's going away, except for the bonus for initiative roll. After that, it goes away again. So you have to decide, do I want the momentum for the initiative roll bonus, or are there things I really want to do right now and use that for, right?
Yeah.
So we should, Craig, you mentioned the playbook. Can you give us a little overview of how combat works?
Oh, sure, Russ. The combat is probably one of the most innovative and different things about this game. So you're going to roll to hit, and when you roll to hit, your model has what's called a tack stat, which is its tactical ability on the field, and that's going to be a number of dice. That's a number, and that's how many D6s you're going to roll. You might get bonuses for that. There may be bonuses for instance, when you're charged, you get +4 dice. So you're rolling a lot of dice on the charge. I have some models who can do various things to themselves to gain added dice, but it adds up to a dice pool. So you're rolling the dice pool, and you're rolling against your opponent's defense, which is a stat presented by, pretty much like our review system. So 5+, although on this one, the higher it is, the better it is for you, because that's what other people need to hit you is a 5. Like, for instance, Harmony, you need a 5+ to hit her on all those D6s, so she's not easy to hit. Some of these really big, beefy backfielders, those guys are like a 2+ to hit. Mm-hmm. So you're going to hit them a lot more, but it's a lot harder to do damage to them. So then, once you've got the total number of hits from your tack pool against their defense, you're then going to look at their armor and subtract their armor from that total number of hits. So let's say I roll and I get 5 hits on Russ, and it's one of these stupid Masons, and he's got 2 armor. So my 5 hits, which actually was always invariably 3 hits, goes down to 1 hit from the armor.
Well, you rolled 5, so it would be 3 hits, right?
Right, but I got confused in my little thing, and I went back in time to our actual game.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I kept hitting you 3 times and only doing 1.
Math is hard. 5 minus 2 is 3. Right.
Well, I used 2 different. Never mind. Okay. Oh, you're mean, and your sports ball thing still gets under my skin. Okay, so then you're going to look at your playbook. Now, your playbook is on the back of your character card, and it's a series of 2 lines of circles that go across the card, and each circle is either gray, meaning it doesn't have any effect, or it has a number, which is wounds, or it has an icon in it that tells you what else you can do. And so if I got 1 hit, I'm going to look at the first column, and it's 2 things that's going to give me options. For Harmony, for instance, I can either do 1 point of damage to the guy I hit, or I can tackle, which means steal the ball, and that for her is a momentum generating move. So, and that's that because it's filled in with her team's color inside the little circle. If I, with the other example, had 3 successes in the end, netted 3 successes, I can count up to the third column, which for Harmony is only one option. That's do 2 points of damage and gain momentum. So she's doing some damage and gaining momentum. But I can also choose anything back behind that I want. So if I want to tackle, I lose those other 2 successes that I got, but I get that tackle if that's what I really need. So everybody's going to have these levels, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pairs of circles total. Most people don't go all the way out to 8. Most people stop at around 5 or 6. And then if you do enough, let's say you'd get like a giant pool of dice and you got a lot of successes, you can actually wrap and do more than one outcome in one attack. And you get to choose what order those are done in. So a lot of these are like push the opponent or dodge yourself out of the way and things like that. So there's a lot of cool things. And then ultimately you got to look for their character plays, which can be triggered off of their playbook, which are cool things that you can pay. You can pay some of these tokens to activate some of these cool abilities, and everybody's got some cool abilities. Some of them are done just outside of the playbook, and some of them are generated by the playbook. But it makes each character unique, and it's also where most of your momentum is going to be generated. So it's really an important central part of the game.
Right. It's really slick, and I love that part because every character has different little table you can look at to figure out what they're going to do. Romeo, what do you think of the whole playbook system there?
At first we thought it was a little bit confusing, right? Because it does with the wrapping around. The rule book does a nice job of explaining it. I think the icon system is cool because it's easy to obviously go to the area where you can see the common results and effects section, whatever it is, and get your information there. But I found it to be a little bit kind of cumbersome at first, just until you get your head wrapped around it. Because again, the cards, there's special rules on the cards. The way you hit and do things is interchangeable so many ways. So it does make the game really replayable because there's so many different ways a game can turn out. But at the same time, it does get, for a beginning player, it can be a little bit overwhelming. I don't know if you guys felt that way when you first started playing it the first couple games, because I'm still in that learning stage, right? So, with only 6 games or so under my belt, we're still kind of throwing the dice and figuring it out as we go, really paging through the rule book. And that was the only thing that I found about it that was a little oddball, is because, again, like you said, it wraps around, and in the book it kind of explains it, but until you do it a few times and you see it done right, we found ourselves watching a lot of YouTube videos on how to play the game, because seeing it is one thing, reading it in your mind is a totally different way. But it's fun. That's what's cool about it, because no 2 games have been the same, which is neat, which is the part that we liked about it, and the part I like about it.
I agree. I think one of the challenges, too, which I think ends up being awesome, but it just takes time, is that because everybody's playbook is different, a really good role for one player still may not involve a tackle option, or it may be very hard for one player to do a tackle, even if you score 2 or 3 hits, successes. But for another player, tackle's the first choice. Or some other player is really good at doing damage, but another player is not. And so it's really just one more differentiator for all your guys, and it just takes you that much longer to really learn and understand your team. But when it's such a low model count game, that's actually really cool, because now switching out one model really has a lot of change to your team. So it is cool. And that's what takes longer to learn.
Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off, bud.
No, go ahead. I mean, it just takes longer to learn, but I think in the end it's very rewarding.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what I was pointing at the beginning, where it really takes a lot of effort and time for you. And I think that's why it's really cool that these guys put all the characters so far. Now they've released some more that aren't in the book at this point, but they really did put all of the things and all the characters that they had on launch day 1 in the book, which is neat, because you can go in there and you can read about the Decimate and Minx and whoever else that you may not own, right? You might not be a model you own, but you're going to see this guy. You might see a character that you didn't expect to do one thing, and then he goes, you go out there and you play him and he kicks your butt, and you're like, what do you mean Ballista can do this? And it's like, oh, well, it's because, hey, you didn't read his card, and you're not paying attention what your opponent's bringing, because there's so many different combos. And like you said, each of the playbooks for all the characters is very different. Some kind of repeat, but none of them are identical. Not that I've found that are literally the same all the way through. So that makes it kind of hard, because at the same time, your guys, what they can do, but then, what if another guy gets 4 hits on you? Now what? Right. For success, you can do this, this, and that, and you're like, whoa, I didn't even know that. So it's very strategic. I mean, I think if it had a lot of models, this game would get really difficult, right?
Your brain would explode.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, really difficult, because even with just, let's say you play, because we play a lot of 3-on-3 matches. We've only tried the larger games a couple times, but even with the smaller model counts, where you're just running the basic stuff that comes in the starter, we still found ourselves kind of scratching our heads at a few points, like, huh? What? When did that guy start doing that? It's like, well, he's always done that. We just never played him. It's like, oh, Jesus, I don't want to do that again.
Right.
I don't want to play that guy again. Right. So that's really cool. I mean, but that's what's going to keep you coming back for more, I think. It's just people shouldn't get frustrated, I think, is the biggest thing. Because I've gotten frustrated where, a combo was pulled and I'm just like, Jesus, I mean, I got to learn that whole entire faction because they're nasty. Right. They do this nasty thing.
Right.
So.
And that's most of the game. One other thing we should definitely talk about, though, is how kicking, passing, and scoring works, because that's obviously a big part of sports. So, how does it's not that dissimilar from combat, Craig. So, how does kicking and passing actually work?
Well, every model has a kick stat, which is actually a split stat, which is a number and then a distance in inches. The number is the dice pool you're going to use for whenever you try to kick or pass or do anything like that. And then the distance in inches is your maximum distance that you can kick. And so anytime you're going to try to kick, let's say you're going to try to make a goal. Let's say you're going to pass. So you want to pass to a friendly model. You're going to look at your kick number. That's going to be your dice pool, unless you have things that are going to boost your dice pool. And then you need to measure, and you can always measure at any time anything in this game. It says another awesome thing about this game is right up front, it lists a whole bunch of conventions. And it's just like, these are all of the things that you should always assume about Guildball, and one of them is you can measure anything at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna make sure that the target player is within your maximum kick range, and then you're gonna roll the dice. And you need the basic success on a kick is a 4+. So you're looking for a 4+, and then there are things that can make that go up. Are you kicking past the enemy? Because that's going to reduce the number of dice you have. Are you kicking to one of your guys that's engaged in combat? That's going to reduce the number of dice you have. If you can't see your target, your target number is going to go up. Actually, if your target is engaged, if your kicker is engaged, you lose dice. If your target is engaged, it's harder to hit them. And all you need is one success, but if you don't get a success, it's going to scatter. The game comes with 2 different scatter templates that are both really cool. One, when there's a direction of the ball is going, and it's going to scatter in that general direction, but it's going to vary somewhere on that plane. And then the other one's a straight up, who the heck knows where this ball's going to go. If you get tripped and you get knocked down while you have the ball, it's just going to bounce out in any kind of direction. So it's very easy, and scoring is the exact same way. You're going to take your dice pool. You're going to make sure that you have you got range to the goal. You have to spend a momentum and an influence to do it, and you have to spend an influence to pass also, we should say. And then you're going to just roll your dice. All you need is a 4+, although you will gain an extra momentum if you score what's called a screamer, meaning that you've succeeded in scoring with at least 2 6s.
Right. And another place you can spend momentum is I think it's buy time or something. You can add a die to one of your rolls.
Bonus time,
which is kind of like
plus
you can imagine
one
the game goes in slow motion, so you can do that on big shots. So, I like this a lot. And the modifiers are all based on just how many guys are in the way. So by having defenders between you and the goal, or you and your passing target, you can really affect it. So it works really, really well. We should also mention there's free strikes, essentially free attacks if you leave an engaged model and things like that. So all the stuff you kind of expect from skirmish games are hiding in here somewhere. It's
a miniatures war game where they just happen to be playing a sport while they're fighting.
It's great. It's a lot of fun. So I think we can go ahead.
I got a question, guys.
Yes.
So how do you guys stack this up against Blood Bowl and Dreadball?
Well, let's do that in our final thoughts. I think we should do that.
Ooh, okay.
Let's save it for that. But before we get there, Craig, you want to make any quick comments about terrain? I think it's
just that there's all kinds of really cool and very clear rules on the terrains: open ground, rough ground, fast ground. So you can play with ice, patches of ice where you get +2 to your movement. It includes basically everything you'll need to make as creative a pitch as you want, which is really cool.
All right.
One thing I really like about it too is the actual scoring goal. As long as it's on a large base, you can put whatever you want on it, which is really neat. I thought that was super cool, and I saw a lot of I've seen a lot on the different forums, and just if you go to Google search and you just put in Guildball, you'll see a lot of different teams painted and put together, and people kind of now use their goal as almost like a totem, to kind of promote their team, and they'll create one that's really unique to their paint scheme or their style or whatever, and that's one of the cool things I really liked about it, because you can it's not just about modeling the stuff they give you. They kind of encourage you to grab a large round base and say, hey, do your own thing, man. Make it look awesome.
Yep. I love that too.
It's very, very cool. Some of the most fun I've had with this game so far has been making my 2 custom goals.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Romeo, remember your question. How does it compare to other sports games?
Yes.
But so let's get to our final thoughts. So Craig.
Yes.
In the style of a drunk Brewers player.
Brewers. All right.
Yes. Please describe the patent-pending D6G rating system.
Right. All right. So what you're looking at is, it's like saying you're looking at like 2 separate things, right? And they're like, one's a good thing and one's a bad thing, right? And you try and get your mates to understand what's a good thing or what's a bad thing. And for some bloody reason, you're not just saying good or bad. You're going to come up with a big, confusing... Anyway, so the way we're doing it is D6, whatever, okay? You're rolling a die, right? It comes with a number, right? Creates a number. Right? And what are you drinking? What? Whiskey? Oh, God. I've been having ale all night, mate. I'm going to throw up. Anyway. Oh, sorry. Hey. So, the higher the number, which is completely backwards, is bad. The lower the number, which is forwards and backwards, is good. So, low good, high is bad, from the point of view of your average player.
Excellent. Well done, Brewer. Nice. So Romeo, as the guest,
did we ever get the number?
I'm busy. No, you've got to come up with the number.
So Romeo,
man.
So you start us off.
That's the explanation that there is a number coming.
No, I got that. I was thinking you actually had a result there. Okay.
No, I don't have.
Craig's going to go later. So as the guest,
coming.
Romeo, do you want to go first or last? Your choice, first or last.
Okay, so from what I understood was 1 would be the best.
Yes.
10 would be the worst.
Well,
what am I
6.
rating?
It's a D6.
It's a D6.
It's a,
Between you got.
I thought you said 10.
No, I didn't.
He was drunk. Okay. Don't listen to that
you
guy.
don't tell me what to do.
1-6. Okay.
You don't tell me what to do.
It's the percent. It's the what you have to roll on a D6 to enjoy the game. So,
Gotcha. Okay, so a 1
better.
is a great game.
Yes.
A 6 is not a very good game.
That's right.
I would give it a very solid 2 creeping to a 1.
2 creeping to a 1. Now, what do you like
I'm
about
very
it?
pleased with it.
Yeah, what do you like about it?
With it.
Yep.
I just think it's one of those games. It's like when you pick up a new mini series and you watch it in a marathon sit down, right? The first couple shows are always slow because they're introducing all the characters. So it's like Game of Thrones, right? When you watch Game of Thrones and you're in the first 4 episodes, you're like, come on, kill somebody already. and they do, but it's not good enough. You're not like, what is this shenaniganeries? Too many kingdoms, not enough going on. And then Ned loses his head. And you're like, oh my God, give me the next one. I got to watch it. Where is it? Where's the, get the DVDs out. So that's how I feel Guildball is. Like the first few games, and I don't, like I said, I'm just a little over a handful. I'm still kind of like, what? What do you mean that guy can do that? It's ridiculous. Stupid. He can't do that, and then you get frustrated and start smashing things. And then I think after my probably 10th or 15th game, I'm going to be like, let me show you how I just did that to you. So that's why 2 creeping to 1.
Nice. Okay, that's a high rating.
Makes a lot of sense because Romeo, there's a lot of creepiness.
Now, how do
there is.
As
there
we
is.
discovered during achievements.
Now,
yes.
Romeo, do you want to wait to hear what we think, or what do you think how this compares to? I think all 3 of us should answer the question. How do you think?
Yeah, why don't we
compares?
talk about that after we rate it?
Okay, Craig, what is your what is your rating for?
Well, I think this game is, and I think Romeo was really hitting this when he was talking about understanding not only your team but the other team. The learning curve here is really important. It's not going to be a game that you're going to pick up every now and then and play with a bunch of guys who play it every week and you're going to do well. You need to know your models. More importantly, not more importantly, but focusing on how they generate momentum. Because you have to have a plan on how you're going to generate momentum every turn. You can't just be like, I'm going to score. I hope I can gain the momentum. You need to know your models, know who's going to generate momentum in what way, and then have that be part of your strategy and part of your tactics turn from turn. Because you need to know you need that momentum. That momentum can be first of all, you can't score without it, unless you're going to just kill your way to victory, which you can do. As you can see with the butchers. But there's so many things you can do with this momentum. It's super, super, super important outside of just scoring. So you need to know how you're going to generate your momentum. You need to know that. You need to know your character's playbooks. Like Romeo was saying, there's a little bit of a brain burn there with like what your options are. And in my opinion, this is where most games tend to bog down. Is not so much who I want to move and what I want to do. It's once I start attacking somebody, how am I going to spend these hits in my playbook? Like, am I gonna do this? Am I gonna do this one and only do 2 damage, or am I gonna do 1 damage but gain the momentum? And so you really need to know your characters. You need to kind of pour over your cards, I think, a little bit. But once you do that, I think it's really going to be rewarding. It's going to open this game up for you even more. I mean, on the surface, it's a really cool skirmish game where they happen to be kicking a ball around at the same time and trying to score a goal. Mm-hmm. Once you really start learning your characters and these models, and the rules and the playbooks, I think it really opens the game up even more. I like the fact that there aren't that many models out right now, because every model is basically a warcaster. So you need, you're going to need some time learning these guys before you pick up somebody else. It's been hugely popular in our group with primarily old War Machine and Malifaux players. So it's really appealing to guys who like having a bunch of individuals running around doing their own thing, but for whatever reason have sort of fallen away from War Machine and Malifaux. So I think there's a lot of appeal in that sort of community. And I love the way the momentum and the theme is tied in, like I said earlier, the fact that you can just see, like, oh, that's their signature move, yeah, and then the crowd goes wild, and you get a momentum point. I just think it's really cool the way that's built in. So I am going to say, it's a 3+ as a straight up miniatures game. 4 out of 6 average gamers are going to really enjoy it. If you really like these granular tactical games, or you really like sports games, I think it's going to add an extra 2, and it might even pop it up to a 2+ with a reroll. If you're if you love Blood Bowl and Malifaux or War Machine, this is a game for you. I think. So that's I would say it's going to range anywhere from a 3+ to a 2+ with a reroll for a select few people out there.
Yeah. All right.
I didn't know about rerolls.
That's a good.
It's like a half.
That's a good rating. Yeah.
Yeah. So I say 2 with a reroll.
Reroll. There you go.
Yeah.
All right,
there you go. Good. See.
I think it's a great rating. I agree with both of you. I think there's a lot of innovative stuff happening here, which I really like. One, I love the getting rid of the board. The miniature game with the board always bothered me about these sports games. I like the idea of it looking. I love with the mats, and Craig, you made your own with a spray painted stencil there of the Guildball logo.
I cut up my GW grass mat.
It looks great. It just I don't know. The miniatures on the actual open mat without a grid looks really, really nice. I like the mechanic. I love the influence allocation mechanic. I also really like the idea of momentum, and those two. It is a little fiddly, but once you learn it, you get it. And I think the big pro tip here is to go to the Guildball website and print out those quick reference pages. Once those are in front of you, you're fine, because it tells you in a very brief, easy to understand way.
Yeah.
Where
we should actually mention how good the quick. There's 4 quick reference pages with everything you need to know.
Yes.
And everybody, longtime listeners will know that I make my own quick reference pages because I need something that I can hold in my hand that I can look at. And I look through these, and I before my games with Russ, I was like, okay, what do I have to add? And I didn't have to add. Every time I was like, going through the rule book, I'm going to have to remember that. Oh, it's already on there. Right. I mean, they're clear, they're distinct. It's such a solid game, and it's not that complicated. It's where all the rules intersect, where all your choices are going to be made. The rules themselves are very solid, straightforward.
And I like we didn't mention either how the ball snaps to the player. I like this mechanic a lot. So basically, the ball ends up with an inch of a guy. He just picks it up.
Yeah. Well, he does not pick it up. He gains control of it with his feet.
Control of the ball, right. But this mechanic I really like a lot. I mean, you spend... I'm going to do the comparison. So you spend a lot of time in Blood Bowl, which is my former favorite sports game, fantasy sports game, in that you spend a lot of time like figuring out where the ball bounces and here and there and everywhere. And it's just so much faster in Guildball. And I really like that. And you're focused more on the plays and the moves. I love all the superpowers, essentially, that the various players have. It's just great. It really feels good. The synergies the players have are awesome. It does really feel like a miniature war game who happens to be playing a sport at the same time. I really like this a lot. I'm with you guys. I think it's a 3+. I'm going to stick with 3+. If you don't like sports games, that might be the slower done. Oh, one more thing I really like too is I like the different game sizes you can just pick. So while a full-length game, a 12-point game, can take a bit of time, like 2 to 3, sometimes 4 hours if you're not careful. The shorter versions, 8 and 6 points, can go really fast. So there's an option here to play a really quick, fun, hour, inside 2 hour sometimes game. Just quick and dirty, get a quick game and have some fun with a lower player count. So or a low model count. So I like that option too. So I really like it a lot. So what do you guys think? Comparing this to like Dreadball and Blood Bowl, what do you guys think? What do you think, Romeo?
So as far as so I think you guys pointed something out pretty cool in the comments you just made about if you're a War Machine or a Battlefoam player, you're going and a Blood Bowl player, you're going to find this game to really scratch both itches, which is really cool. I think it actually tends to lean more towards the War Machine side than it would towards the Blood Bowl side, because again, until you really figure out how to generate momentum properly, when to use it, how to move your guys around the score, you're not going to score much. You're just going to be hitting each other a lot, and that's what we found ourselves doing quite a lot in the game. And then we're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to score goals here, and that's how the game's supposed to move. So I think those fans of the game that like the War Machine side of it with the little scoring are going to find it to be very cool, and they will be their number one ahead of Dreadball or Blood Bowl. I'm a big basketball fan. Like in the real world, I'm a big fan of real basketball. So I've always gravitated to Dreadball because of the basketball aspect of it. You're shooting the ball, not kicking it really, not really throwing it and then running in a touchdown. You're more shooting it at this, the scoring element of the game. So I tend to gravitate towards Dreadball for that reason. Plus I like the pitch or whatever I'm going to call it. I don't know what they call it. Pitch. Yeah, we call it an arena, but I like kind of the sci-fi arena look of it. I'm not really against the enclosed concept, right? I love what Guildball does because it does it so well with the open world atmosphere and that you put wherever you want it. That's really cool. But I also I don't mind having the enclosed arena feel, because then you imagine yourself getting bounced off the walls or thrown into the stands or all these cool things that happen in Blood Bowl and Dreadball, of course. So if I was going to put them in an order, I would probably at this point, and again because I'm new, I haven't been able to get to where I can score a lot and turn this into a sports game for myself as much as I've turned it into a combat game. I would easily say right now I'm Dreadball, Guildball, Blood Bowl in that order of what I find to be more enjoyable. But again, like the reroll, I can easily see Guildball surpassing Dreadball quickly once I have a grasp of really what all the models can do, what every faction can do against me, and then what my combos are to get around that stuff. So
nice.
That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
All right, Craig, what do you think?
Well, I'm on record as not liking Blood Bowl. I found it. I always felt that it moved too slow. I just didn't get it. I've played it once or twice a long time ago and haven't played it since, and I never really understood the draw.
Get the video game. You'll love that.
Well, see, there you go. We're just smashing totally and crashing, and totally different. And then I have watched and tried to play. Actually, I have played a couple of games of Dreadball. Didn't like that at all either, but that might have been the demo. It might have been the matchup during the demo. I don't know. Really enjoy Chaos Ball. which is another sports game that takes place on a board. That was the first sports game I ever really enjoyed. This I enjoy a lot more, I think, because, well, I don't know if I enjoy it a lot more than Chaos Ball. Chaos Ball is I think probably a faster game because of the limited randomness that can occur. You're not going to be running around. You're going to be just going straight in usually. But this is a really fun fantasy skirmish game, and I love that the sports give it a focus and a goal, if you will, if I may. So I would say Guildball and then Chaos Ball, and then I don't enjoy the other two offerings, I guess. What about you, Russ?
Right. Well, I would. I think I'm a big Blood Bowl fan. I've spent many hours on the computer version, which is the exact same mechanics as the miniature game.
Right.
I think but the biggest weakness Blood Bowl has two big weaknesses. First, it does take a very long time to play, even on a computer. You can spend. I mean, you can timer it and everything, but you can spend a lot of time playing Blood Bowl. Secondly, there is a frustration level with Blood Bowl due to the randomness. Right. You can press your luck once in Blood Bowl and just really stop, or the ball can bounce bad, or whatever. So there's a definite frustration level. I think the frustration level in Guildball is more, I just don't know your side's powers well enough yet, but let me learn that.
Right.
Which is something you can overcome. Blood Bowl, bad luck in Blood Bowl just really can, your game can just be lost in Blood Bowl from pure luck, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's just sort of a hallmark of games from that era, and that's just what it is. I think Dreadball, I like Dreadball, but there are some things about Dreadball I don't love. I don't think the models in Dreadball really call to me. So they're
weird.
They're factions. And they're not as good. I would say they're not as good sculpts as
no.
Blood Bowl.
They're cheapo. They're kind of soft.
So Blood Bowl has good sculpts because it's GW. I don't think Dreadball has that same aspect. I like the idea of it. I mean, one thing we didn't mention about Guildball either is, like Dreadball, play does not stop when you score. So when you score, the ball gets kicked back into play, no one's reset, and the game just progresses. There's never a reset. There's no halftime. There's no periods. It just keeps going, which is kind of neat. And I know Dreadball has that aspect too, which I like. And I'll add Chaos Ball in here too. I really like Chaos Ball a lot. I think I like Chaos Ball more than Blood Bowl and Dreadball also right now for its speed of play and the team variety. But the tactical options in Guildball make it feel much more like a miniature, a deep miniature game. So I'm gonna stick with, I like Craig's rating. I think I'm Guildball, then I'm Chaos Ball, then I'm Blood Bowl, then I'm Dreadball. So there you have it.
All right.
Voila.
And now, very briefly, what do we think about what's going on with Blood Bowl now?
Well, how exciting, right? Finally, hello.
But what I think, and what I mean, I've seen other people say this. I don't think anybody knows for sure, but I think it's just going to be like a
box game.
What the heck's that game?
It'll be like a one-off.
Space Hulk. It's going to be a Space Hulk one-off.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
You're going to have orcs and humans are going to get new sculpts, and yay. But that's gonna be about it, and it's gonna be up to the fan base again to kind of fill in the gaps and make this sort of part of the next step forward in their big living rule book, I guess.
I mean, the GW apologists and lovers are going to destroy me for saying this, but when was the last time GW did anything 100% right? I mean, everything seems to be 80%. We don't want to get to 81% because then the fans might be 100% happy with us, and that would be crazy. So that it's always this, hey, we're going to redo Blood Bowl. It's freaking awesome. Limited edition and only 2 teams. It's like, why even bother if you're not going to go all hog wild?
I think it's not quite that. I mean, I think the cause of it is, and just to be completely analytical about it, I think GW has perfected the art of what is the minimum amount of work for the maximum amount of revenue.
Right.
So they know that if they print Blood Bowl, I mean, they're not making these games with the passion they used to. I would argue.
No.
So now they're like, well, if we redo Blood Bowl and we'll get some good sculptures on it, we'll get some good new minis on this. We'll spend some time on the rules, maybe update the rules.
They'll all be plastic.
They'll be plastic. They'll be good models, but we really don't need to. This doesn't need to be a mainstream game. We don't need to redo every faction. We'll just do this. We'll make some money on it. And by the way, the old catalog of all of our old miniatures may sell a bit more again because they're sitting there ready to be rebought, right? So,
right.
So they'll get,
so then you're going to have wood elves that look like they were sculpted in 73 versus
probably.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be, but for those who wanted a new Blood Bowl set, maybe a new board and the opportunity to get friends into it, it's there. So it'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to happen with all the I think that's what's going to happen with Battlefleet Goth. I mean, I don't think it's going to be this great new resurgent golden age that everybody thinks it is.
No, it's just going to be a reprint of old games. This is what it is.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a reboot. I think they're going to clean up some rules. I think they're going to make some cool new models, and I think there's going to be enough there for hardcore people to get excited about. But it's not going to be like that relaunch of Battlefleet
true support,
relaunch of Mordheim, exactly I
well,
think
to be fair, the new
where
Space Hulk was pretty nice.
It was beautiful. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna make these beautiful relaunches of these one-time things, as what I think. And I don't know. I my last contact at GW retired years ago, so I have no inside info. So if you're holding out hope and this is why you're staying alive, then don't be despondent at my words. But that's what I think is going to happen.
And I want them to prove me wrong when I say that they only are going to do 80% on the Blood Bowl, because I'm a big advocate of that game actually being supported. I mean, the thing I would be frustrated with when this thing comes out, if they stick to their normal primer on this stuff, is you'll get this box set. It'll be in the stores for a while, then it'll be online only, and then that's it. Bye. And it'll be forgotten about. They'll say limited. My favorite thing, limited quantities. Yeah. Why does that have to even be put anywhere? It doesn't motivate anybody to buy it sooner because you put limited quantity. I mean, when they did the end times, those wonderful books, so gorgeous, right? That they built those limited edition books that they did. Why the F would you limited edition those? Are you kidding me?
Because you're wrong, Romeo. It does make people buy it and pay more for it. Oh, heck
really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I mean,
I was at a point once where that's why I have that's why I have Space Hulk.
Because you bought it because it was limited edition.
It was limited edition. I was going to be the last chance I had. Little did I know that, 5 years later, they were going to. Well, that's right.
I got 2 unopened ones at my house right now if you want. My God,
exactly. No, I'm good with the one I've got. Thank you.
That's, and the thing about it is what's frustrating is that they have the manpower, right? They got the sculptors. Yeah. They got the manpower. They got the money to do it. But like you both said and pointed out, is they do just enough to make the most amount of profit. And that's not thinking for the gamer. That's thinking for the pocketbook. And that's fine. That's okay. But I just think people should just chill, let them come out. Don't get too excited or build up your expectation level, because for all the Blood Bowl folks that love Blood Bowl and have been putting blood, sweat, and tears over the years, keeping the rule book alive and updating things and really kind of running their company for them, for free, and still selling their dirty old, busted models over and over again. Those people just need to chill, because I think they're going to be disappointed. If they set themselves up for that, they're going to be even more disappointed. And then they're going to go, nerd rage on everything, right. Which would just deflate the whole point of how cool the new sculpts will be. Right.
Right. Yeah. Because there's going to be cool stuff.
There's going to be good stuff. Absolutely. Yeah. It's just going to be 2 teams of it instead of all the factions, Yeah.
Well, there you have it. So Romeo, thank you so much for joining us on this episode here and covering all this. And I know people now are dying to send you emails about your thoughts on Blood Bowl and Games Workshop.
Oh, yeah.
So
thanks.
If they want to reach out to you, where should they find you on the internet?
Anybody that wants to get a hold of me, send me hate mail. It's very easy. Send it to Romeo40kradio @battlefoam.com. That is really my email. So fire away there, crazies. Yep. I love reading them and putting them in my delete block box. So, but yeah, Romeo40kradio. That's the 4 and the 0, kradio @battlefoam.com. Send all your love to me, because I have nothing but love for you.
There you have it. So thanks again, Romeo, for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Always
Absolutely.
fun, Romeo. Always fun.
And if people want
Thanks for having me.
If people want to check out what you're up to with Wild West Exodus and Battlefoam, where should they go?
Okay, so guys, if you're going to check out Battlefoam, again, keep in mind January, February of this year when you're listening to this stuff is going to be a big time focus on our board game fans, we're going to put a lot of work into updating our entire lineup of board game foam and storage solutions. So everything that you've seen come out over the years is going to be either updated or offered for the first time. Again, check out the new hard cases we did. The new Black Label 2.0s, a lot more affordable, a lot bigger sizes and various sizes with a lot of cool foam options. So please check those out. Check out the new Pack 352. It's a great skirmish game, amazing for all these cool new skirmish games coming out. So check that out. Go to battlefoam.com, so battlefoam.com, one word, and you'll find all of your foam and storage needs. And if it's not there already, go to the custom tray creator and build it yourself. There are thousands of shapes in there. We update that pretty much daily with the latest and greatest, so you can build your own. If you are into miniature games and if you're into cowboys that shoot laser beams, which who isn't, then Wild West Exodus is your ticket. Go to wildwestexodus.com. It is going to be just recently updated with all the new cards. They're free to download. The entire rulebook's free to download, so you can get into the game, try it out, and look for a downloadable, printable starter box set coming up in the next couple months where you can actually print out the character cards and the models themselves, cut them out, put them on some cardboard, and you can actually play the game and try it out before you spend any money. That's going to be completely free. And you can do that at wildwestexodus.com. And then follow us on Facebook and Twitter by the same names.
Excellent. Well, thanks again, Romeo. Thanks for taking time out of all your busy schedules, and Happy New Year.
Yes,
Happy
thank you guys.
New Year.
Adios, muchachos. See you next time.
Bye, Romeo. This Did You Ever Notice is brought to you by our fine friends who have joined us in our adventure over on Patreon. That's right, the patrons, who help us keep the lights on, keep the wives at bay, and the wolf at the door, or away from the door, whatever. It's very confusing at the door. Today I'd like to thank Sam Johnson, Scott Garvin, Matthew Forsyth, Tyler Baginski, and Nick Pacholski. And I know I screwed up at least one of those, and I humbly apologize. Do you ever notice how hard it is sometimes to explain to loved ones, such as your parents, exactly what you need for gaming and why? For instance, it started out for me even before gaming when I was a child, and I was collecting Star Wars toys. Yes, this does connect to Star Wars, as most things do lately. And my parents, I think longtime listeners will have caught bits and pieces of this. My parents got me a TIE fighter, and I told them I needed several more because clearly the Empire had more than one TIE fighter. And a TIE fighter is no match for an X-Wing, and if they were only going to get me one X-Wing, which of course they did, then I was going to be in need of more than one TIE fighter. And I mean, come on, you press the button and the veins blew off, and it was too cool. Too cool! So, of course, we had this running battle throughout my childhood that almost no military had one of almost anything. They had multiples of almost everything. And not until I started spending my own money did that really actually happen for me, other than little green army men in the backyard, which they would buy a bag and I would get a tank and a bunch of guys and maybe a cannon. And so I had a bunch of those, which of course I put out on the lawn one day for a review, and then they got lawn mowed. But I did have multiples until that day. So anyway, so now we come to gaming, and you try to convince your parents that you really, or your in-laws, that you really need multiples of something. And they're like, well, I'm getting you one of these. I don't want you to get more than one. And you're like, that's the whole point. I need multiples of these. And it gets very confusing. And quite often, as I think is the case right around this time every year when I'm talking about Christmas, my parents dig their heels in and they decide what they are and are not going to do. And the same goes with my in-laws, who decide what they are and are not going to do. And this year it was my big desire was for Star Wars Armada stuff. And I hadn't played it in a while, and I wanted to get all the newest stuff that I hadn't caught up on. And so I asked both both sets of parents, my parents and my in-laws, for they always ask for lists, so I'm not like dictating. And so I sort of split the list dependent upon, how much money either group generally spends, and distributed it, and didn't even look at the names of some of the ships that I was asking for. And so didn't even think twice about this whole doubles thing. And so you can imagine, my wife's Christmas is always on Christmas Eve. They're a big Italian family, so they always get together on Christmas Eve as opposed to Christmas Day, which is good because then my family gets together on Christmas Day, and we don't have to worry about competitions and things like that, and so So Christmas Day comes along, or Christmas Eve comes along, and I get everything I asked for, and that was super exciting. And I'm looking forward to my parents. I'm like, oh, my parents will come through for sure. Mm-hmm. So, I'm opening presents on Christmas Day, and I don't get the Imperial class Star Destroyer, and I'm like, oh, no Imperial class Star Destroyer? How am I supposed to have a big Imperial fleet without an Imperial class Star Destroyer? At least one. I mean, I have 2 Victory class Star Destroyers. Well, it just so happens that one of the other things that I had asked for was the Gladiator class Star Destroyer. You guessed it, I already got a Star Destroyer, so I didn't need 2. Now, lest you think my parents are stingy, they are not stingy. They were awesome. They got me gaming tables that I can use at Millie's or other people's houses when I go, so that was a huge get for me. And they did give me all the other the Armada stuff that I was looking for, so that was awesome. Main thing, though, was those tables. Really nice, sturdy, portable tables. And I've used them several times since then to play both Beyond the Gates of Antares and not Firestorm. Sorry. No, we played Armada on a big table, so then these 2 tables make up a 4x4 table. So we played X-Wing. We played a bunch of X-Wing, actually, on it for New Year's. So that was very exciting. Anyway, I guess I'm just rambling. My wife, upon realizing that I did not get the Imperial Star Destroyer, bought me an Imperial Star Destroyer. So it's always nice to have a wife like that to work as the sort of free safety. I know nothing about football, but that sounds about right. Anyway, that's about all I've got to say about that. So be thankful for what you get, one way or the other, and thankful for the people who give it to you. Sounds like a Thanksgiving edition. Anyway, Happy New Year. And that's all I got to say about that. Thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked. You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@the d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
The echo might be coming because I'm in my kitchen and everything's like either granite, marble, or tile.
Yeah, you could. I think even if you turn the gain down, we'll still hear it. You sound like you're in the bathroom, but that's okay. We'll make a few bathroom jokes. We'll be fine. So it'll be good.
I'm trying to see if I wish let me see. I might have a mic lurking about. Hold on one second.
All right.
Usually I'm good for like random things in the house that I never throw away.
Right.